Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. If you are new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, and I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday. So if you are watching this live, welcome. If you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. I have some fun questions lined up for everybody tonight. I'm really looking forward to sprints. It's been a long week. I'm just happy to be here, and I'm happy to see those of you who are here. I am currently reading Educated, a memoir by Tara Westover. And I will definitely say that I am enjoying this book. It's quite tragic and it's even darker than I was expecting it to be. To think that this was like somebody's life and her childhood is quite disturbing. But I think that this is beautifully written, and I'm really looking forward to reading more of this tonight. I'm a little behind on my reading right now because I haven't gotten to read anything in a couple days. I hosted an event this week, and then yesterday I was busy with stuff as well, so I just didn't get a lot done. So I got to catch up on stuff now so I can stay on top of this short month. As always, this is a chill time to sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, grab a blanket, or grab an ice pack if you're somewhere warm, and just do whatever it is that you want to do during our productivity sprints tonight. And definitely leave me some comments in the chat because I'm always happy to talk to everyone. So I'm going to jump on over, going to see who's written in so far. I can't figure out why I look so red on this camera today. I don't normally look this red, but hopefully it'll change over the course of the evening. And B Ebbs was the first one to join in. Hello, do you want me to call you B? Do you have like a special name that you would like me to call you? Welcome. I'm happy to see you here for your first sprints on my channel. You said, Frank, have fun. You can call me Alex. You said, I can never be here for your streams. Bon chance. Well, thank you very much. Happy to see you. Jessica, welcome. Welcome here. You said, I'm here. I'm here. Says, plans changed, so not going up north. Thank goodness for tradies or traddies. Reading If I Have to Be Haunted by Miranda Sun. That's an interesting title. I like that. Currently on chapter 10. Well, I hope you're enjoying it. I finally got to go check out your channel today, Jessica, and you just have the sweetest voice. I wanted to tell you that you have a really sweet voice. So happy to see you. Robert, welcome. And he's saying happy National Read in a Bathtub Day. Well, I can't do that on my sprints, but hopefully maybe some of you can enjoy a bath tonight or sometime during the day and just relax for a little bit. I have some Lush bath bombs that I still need to use that I got all the way back at Halloween. And I love Lush a lot. If you have Lush where you are and you've ever shopped there, you know what I'm talking about. So I definitely will want to do that sometime soon. But I have company coming this weekend, so it probably won't be this weekend. Alicia says, hello. Well, hello to you, Alicia. Happy to see you. Happy Friday. Jessica says, Robert, if I weren't in a drought, I would be so into that. Oh, you're in a drought there? I didn't realize that that was going on. I know it's summer where you are, but how long has that been going on for, Jessica? Faye says, hello. Well, hello to you, Faye. Welcome. I'm so happy to be able to see you. And Miss Starbuck, hello, everybody. Hello to you, Miss Starbuck. Robert says, Jessica, I'll allow a foot bath. Yes. Would you be able to do a foot bath, Jessica? Would that be as demanding on water? Kat, welcome. Happy to see you. You said, hey, Alex, I'm here and we'll be reading Old Town in the Green Groves by Cynthia Ryland, a Little House on the Prairie story. Oh, that's so sweet. Also, I sent you an email. I get my first gold star. I'm going to take a guess that you got your library card. Did I get it right? Got your library card? I'm going to be really excited if you did, Kat, and I'll be looking out for your email. Thank you for sending me an email. Nicole, welcome. Happy to see you too. You said evening. I haven't had a great reading week either, so I'm definitely hoping to catch up now. Well, tonight will be a good time for it, and be sure to stay hydrated. I'm drinking some water tonight. You may find this funny to hear that. So my mom for Christmas got Keaton and I all these really funky flavored beers. Like one of them was literally dill pickle, and it was exactly like what it sounds like. But she got some other more normal ones. One of them was like a berry and a tangerine and, different things like that. I honestly liked most of them. And the one that I tried last night was cream corn. beer. And in case you're like, Alex, that sounds absolutely disgusting. It does not taste like corn, but it is actually made with cream corn. It had kind of like a sweet edge to it. I don't know why, but just like talking about staying hydrated, I got to thinking last night about how I had like my last strange flavored beer and how I did drink almost the entire pint. I didn't drink the whole pint, but I drank almost all of it. Christina, welcome. You said hi. Hope everyone is well. Jumping in from Katie's, finishing today's section of Assassin's Blade, then switching to Sea of Monsters, sharing the love of sprints with the like button. Thank you very much, Christina. I hope you have a good time tonight reading those. It sounds awesome. And Nicole says, I'm reading The Confessions of Nat Turner by William Styron. Very nice. And Kat says, Alicia, Nicole, Christina, and Faye, hello. Kelly, welcome. Kelly says, hi, I'll be working on some IEPs for work, then reading Ruthless Vows. Oh, very nice. Yes, the sequel to Divine Rivals, for those of you who don't know. And Kelly, I'm really glad that you are enjoying that duology. That makes me so happy. I actually got a lot of really nice comments from people on that video being like, I actually enjoyed Divine Rivals. It's like, that's great. I'm so glad to hear it. So I hope that you enjoy the sequel just as much. And good luck with finishing up on work. That's not fun on a Friday. Nicole says, hi, everyone in the chat. Faye, Robert, Kat, Christina. Alicia says, hey, Kat, I've been reading Mine by Robert McCammon. Nice. And Nicole says, hi, Alicia. Miss Starbuck says, I'm reading this evening in Love in St. Petersburg from Konsalik. I don't know if that one was ever translated to English, though. I admittedly, of course, don't know every title that we have, but I can say that I've never heard of that. So maybe somebody else has, and they can let us know. Jessica says it is tradies as in trades people. Haha. Okay. Gosh, thanks so much. Well, you're very welcome. You do have a sweet voice. And Kat says yes. And Kat says, good guesser, Alex. Yeah, I'm so happy for you. Gold star, Kat. You get a little ding. I'm glad for you. Alicia says, hey, Nicole. Jessica says, well, we are really careful with our water intake because we have a tank. So we run out if we aren't careful, especially if we haven't had any rain. So when you say a tank, like, do you actually have water delivered to you, or is it like an underground tank, like a well? Like how the water underground seeps into the well, and then that's how you resupply your water. I just want to make sure that I understand. Because if it's that you have water delivered to you, that would be totally different than anything that I've heard of here and would be very fascinating. Kat says, Alicia, how are you liking Mine? Alicia says, I'm liking it. Kat, 4 stars, I think. I like his writing. 4 stars is solid. I like a good 4-star. Jessica says, maybe not so much a drought as much as just no rain for ages. Well, that's a concern too. That's never good when things dry out, especially when it's hot. Miss Starbucks says, I finished The Hound of the Baskervilles yesterday, by the way. Yay! You said you gave it 5 stars. I loved it. That's fantastic. I'm glad that you had a good experience with your first Sherlock Holmes. So do you know if you're going to read another one or what your next one would be, Miss Starbuck? Let me know. Kat says, I need to get that cream corn beer for Kelsey since she is queen corn and loves beer. Honestly, she might really like it. I, of course, have no idea where they sell it. Some things are strange. I can tell you that you can buy it at a chain called Total Wine and More. I have no idea though, like how many of those they have across the country. Kat, tell me, do you have a Total Wine and More in Louisiana? I'm curious because I have no idea where all of those are located. Alicia says, I'm totally down to try all those crazy beers. I honestly had a really good time. I will say, so I'm a huge pickle fan. I have mentioned that several times during my lives because how can I not? My heritage is German. And so my dad and we love pickled pretty much everything. And so my mom got that for me knowing that. And when I tried it, I was like, yeah, that definitely has dill pickle juice in it. I had to be so careful because I kept taking sips of it and I realized I was beginning to get heartburn from it. And I was like, okay, I actually cannot finish this beer. So I think that might have been the only one that I had to kind of pour out most of, or at least half of the can, which made me feel really bad because I don't like wasting anything. But I also really don't want to have heartburn all night because I was drinking pickle juice. So, something to keep in mind. Faye says, I survived my exam. Good job. But my exam did not survive me. Time to party. I have a stack of books to devour all weekend. Nom, nom, nom. I'm happy for you, Faye. That's fantastic. Good job. Christina says, hi, Kat. And hi, Nicole. And Nicole says, yay, Faye. Christina says, yay, Faye. And Kelly says, yes, I finished Divine Rivals and immediately had to buy Ruthless Vows. I need to know what happens next. And you will this weekend. Live. Jessica says, it's a concrete tank right outside my bedroom. If it rains, then any water goes into the tank, which is pumped into the plumbing. But if we run low, we do have to buy it in, oh my gosh, expensively. I can honestly say I have not heard of that. If we do that in the US, somebody please tell me, because that is news. And so I could see why you would want to be very careful with your water supply. Jessica, thank you for informing me. I feel like I learned something. Ms. Starbucks says, I would love to read more Sherlock Holmes, but I don't have any more, so I don't know which one will be next. Not planning on buying some yet. Maybe I'll find another one in a little free library like this one. Yeah, maybe you will. I mean, they're popular enough that you could probably find one eventually, maybe even at like a discount store. Kat says, yes, we have Total Wine and more. Okay, good. So they are like a big national thing. So I would check there and see if that's something that you could find. Even if it's not the same brand, there might be somebody who makes it. Who knows? Absolutely no idea. And Kat says, congratulations on doing well on your exam, Faye. Woohoo! Nicole says, some off-grid people in the US collect water. Some people do it just for gardening. Yes, I do know that people do it for like irrigation, or if you don't have access to regular plumbing that you could, like if you lived up in the mountains or something. But in terms of just regular residences, I didn't think that most people did that, but there's got to be somebody. I'm sure. Yeah, I think there's got to be somebody who, even in like a neighborhood, has something like that. Right, Nicole? I would think so. All right. So I got 30 minutes up on the clock. I am going to pick my question. I did like a whole gambit of questions this time because I wanted to be able to just pick random ones. Let's see. You know what? I'm going to start with, what is your specialty when cooking? Name a recipe. You don't have to list out all the ingredients. You can just say like what the thing is that is your specialty to cook. Do let me know. Hey, Heidi, welcome. Heidi says, I'm reading The Word of Kings and Prophets, Book 2 of the Gale Song by Shauna Lawless. Very nice. Happy to see you. Christina says, well, wells are expensive to dig. Yes, they are, because they go down really far. Friend of mine that I work with, I think she told me hers goes down like 200 feet or something like that. Because I was actually just having a conversation with her about that this week on Monday. It's a weird coincidence. But yes, do answer with your recipe question. And I got the kitty pulled up. Pomodoro Kitty. I just forgot to share my screen. Pardon. Give me just an extra second here. There we go. So I'm going to start the clock, and I will see you on a little bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I admittedly did not get much reading done because I spontaneously got a call from my mom, which I was not expecting. So I am on page 102 right now of Educated. And let's go back and see what comments we got. Looked like a lot came in, which makes me really happy. That's awesome. So my question was, what is your specialty when cooking? Name a recipe. And Jessica was the first one to answer. She said, "Oh, I have some answers for that one. My specialty before my celiac diagnosis was it was nochi, is how it's pronounced, right? Hands down. I used the recipe from Lauren in the kitchen. No eggs, just flour and potato. All the potato. Gotta love potato. The best root vegetable." Heidi says, "My vegetable lasagna is probably my best dish." I love it, a good vegetarian dish. Christina says, "Oh gosh, I do a lot of cooking and the secret ingredient is always there. Right now, I wish I had beef and Guinness stew though." Oh, that stuff's good. We have an Irish restaurant near where I live that they do like an authentic beef and Guinness stew. And I love that place so much. They have amazing soda bread. It's actually what inspired me to make homemade soda bread, and I haven't quite perfected it to be as good as the restaurant, but I'm still pretty happy with it. You also said we will go with that or cream of chicken, mushroom, and wild rice soup. That is comfort food right there. Absolutely 100% comfort food, especially in the wintertime. Kat says baked chicken, bacon, ranch, taquitos can make with chicken or leftover turkey. Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, especially around Thanksgiving time. That's nice that you can substitute in turkey. Sounds good. Christina says all from scratch. Scratch is my specialty. That and transforming leftovers into something new. Yeah, a lot of people will do that. They'll like combine leftovers from different things into like one meal. And I think that that's great. I, growing up, didn't eat leftovers, which is such a strange thing for me to think about now. But we didn't, my mom and I, like, we just threw them out or we just didn't have them. And it was new stuff every night. And now I love leftovers. It makes me happy when one, I don't have to cook every single night, or Keaton doesn't have to cook. We kind of just get to hang out. Like, I made some brats today on the grill again. And we have 3 that are left over, and that'll be a lunch or a dinner one night, and I look forward to that. I gotta love leftovers. They're the best, but I also end up eating weird combinations of food, so there's also that, which is why last week I got heartburn. Jessica says, "But since then, gluten-free flour just doesn't get the right texture, so I haven't really made it. Honestly, my specialty now would probably be a decent, BLAT sandwich." So that's bacon, lettuce, avocado, and tomato, I'm taking a guess. Avocado is good on most things. I love avocado. Faye says, "I just eat steamed veggies every night. A guy once tried to flirt with me by repeatedly asking, 'What do you cook?' and not taking 'I don't' for an answer. But seriously, that's all that I can do." Steamed veggies are good though, and at least it's good for you, Like, that's a healthy meal, Faye. That is perfectly acceptable. Heidi says, "A really good YouTube cooking channel is Becky from Acre Homestead. She never measures, so I have to keep rewinding the video. Yeah, a dash here, a splash there, a pinch here. Yeah, I admittedly, some of my cooking is like that, which would probably drive some people crazy. But anytime I've done a video on YouTube where I've shown you all something I've cooked, I've included like an actual recipe or actual measurements in there just because I wouldn't want to frustrate somebody with my recipe. But some people can't help it. They just don't use measuring cups. Kat says, "Fun fact, I don't like to cook even though I love to eat." Yeah, I know that you said your husband Barry is usually the one who cooks for you. And I think that that's really sweet that he enjoys cooking, because I am with you, Kat. I also love to eat, but there are certain things I enjoy cooking as well. I don't necessarily want to cook every night. Like, it's not enough of a passion that like every night I go, I need to cook right now. But there are some things that I make that make me feel really good to feed people. Probably 3 recipes that I've made that I've fed to guests the most. The first one is a spinach, mozzarella cream cheese smothered chicken thigh. Okay, so that's one. I do homemade chicken noodle soup, which that's one that I don't measure anything. So good luck. I make homemade French dips, crock pot French dips, which was something that I actually learned from my mom using au jus and French onion soup. Absolutely delicious. Oh, and a fourth one would definitely be salmon. I'm known for my salmon in the family, doing like a garlic parmesan crusted salmon fillet. Like I get like a big fillet, like it's like a whole side. I'm a big seafood person though, so there's also that. I tell that to some people and they're like, I don't like fish. And it's like, salmon is one of my favorite foods. I can tell you right now. Alicia says, probably chili, Colorado, and German style pot roast. A pot roast. That sounds really good too. Chili, I enjoy. Admittedly, I don't eat a lot of chili, which is probably sacrilegious, but I don't. And I don't like any chili that has noodles in it. Some people are sticklers about that. You ask different parts of the country, does chili have noodle or not? I am from a household where there is no noodle in chili. Oh, I got you. Chile, Colorado. Yeah, Colorado. There we go. And Zach, hi Zach, welcome. You said I'll be finishing A Marvelous Light by Faya Marsky, and I'm 40% into No Gods, No Monsters by Cadwell Turnbull. Both are going great. That's fantastic. I'm glad to hear that you're enjoying both books. Way to be reading two at one time. Kat says, hey Zach. Heidi says, I finished Howling Dark Book 2 of The Sun Eater. Good job. That's awesome. I need to read that. It's more philosophy than space opera. It's fits Farseer from the realm of the Elderlings, but in space. I personally really enjoy philosophy, so that would probably be something that I would like a lot, to be honest. So I'm definitely going to have to check that out. You kind of are talking me more into it than out of it. And you said, Faye, there's an art to steaming veggies. No joke. My sister cannot do it. It's true, because you can steam them and still have crunch, or you can steam them and turn them into mush. And I always want them to still have some crunch. So I would completely agree with that. Books and Things with Alicia. Hello, Alicia. You said hello. Just joining, waiting for dinner to arrive. Ooh, what are you eating? I will be reading The Toll, trying to finish before tomorrow's book discussion. Very nice. Well, I believe in you. I think you can do it. He said, I don't have a specialty when cooking, but I do have one when baking, whiskey cookies. Okay, now we're talking. See, my Grandma Julie makes whiskey cookies. Hang on a second, I feel like we've talked about this. And if we haven't, then I know that somebody else on the channel has brought this up before, because I've definitely mentioned these. She makes them every New Year's. I always get a giant batch of them. They're made with candied cherries and walnuts and Jack Daniels and cinnamon, all the goodies. And I think this year she made them with maple syrup, but it's like a staple. Like I can taste them right now. I know what that cookie tastes like. Emily says, hello, Emily. Emily says, hello. I don't really cook for non-family members because I'm not good at it. If I was going to a potluck or Boyd event, biod. Oh, bring your own dish. There we go. Event, either wine, pico and guac, or grandma's coffee cake. All of those sound delicious, and all are also really acceptable things to bring to a pitch-in. So there's no shame in that. I know one of the things that's super simple that we make in my family, and I just love it. Literally, it's stupidly simple, is Chi-Chi's corn cake. Sweet corn cake. If you've never had that, you are missing out. It's literally the company Chi-Chi's makes a pack mix that you can buy Kroger, Meijer, whatever grocery store, at least in the US, that we have. And you just add butter and cans of cream corn to it, and it rises into the most delicious corn cake ever. So you know what? And I view that as being an acceptable thing to bring, and I have to several potlucks. And it's not from scratch. So there's literally no shame in anything that you bring. At least you're contributing. Faye says, Heidi, I guess that's true. I've learned over the years how long each type of vegetable needs. There you go. You know the secret. Robert says, page 76 to 90, the Trails of Empire, duck pate, and oh no. I got pate and croûte is my specialty when cooking. Forgive me that I did not get that last word there, Robert, but that's interesting. I've never really heard anybody say that they're really good at duck, but I respect it. I respect that a lot. Faye says, I read 13 pages of Interview with the Vampire. Nice, by Anne Rice. You go, Faye. Nicole says, my specialty would probably be making soup from scratch with no recipe. Any ingredients and water makes something. That is so true. 100%. I agree with I agree with that sentiment, Nicole. Miss Starbucks said, hard question. I suppose pumpkin soup. Oh, I have never had a pumpkin soup. Do you do that with a puree, or is it like pumpkin chunks and then you take like a blender, an immersion blender? I believe that's what it's called. I own one. I don't ever really name it, but I love the like immersion blender things. They're great. Nicole says 10 pages read and I'm annotating heavily. Nice. I do love a good annotation every now and then. I don't, of course, do it in library books, so I can't annotate this. I definitely would be. I could tell you right now, if I owned this, I would be getting out my little see-through sticky notes. That's the other thing. I never write actually in the book. It's always on my little see-through sticky notes, but I love those things. Jessica says, eek, Faye, how are you enjoying it? I love that book. Christina says, finished today's section on Assassin's Blades and almost 2 chapters into today's section of Sea of Monsters. Very nice. Kelly says, finish the IEP that had to be done today. Yeah. And sent the draft to the team. Go, Kelly. Now you can do the fun things and read the book that you want. Miss Starbucks said, 10 pages read so far, almost finished a chapter, but then the cat meowed. I got Bubby over here. He is absolutely conked out right now, which is good because he was being mischievous earlier. And he's so sweet all the time. Don't get me wrong. It's just sometimes he can be a total butt, and then other times he's just the chillest dog. And he has decided to be chill right now. And Jessica says, I read a bit and created a StreamYard account. Good job. And played Pokemon. Nice. That was my childhood right there. I still have all of my old games. And my favorite Pokemon game that I ever played was Pokemon XD on the GameCube. That is harken back. That's what I'm telling you. Just thought of another specialty, Pacific Island chop suey, which I have been asked to remake. So yummy. Ooh, a chop suey. That's something that I never have. And Faye says, Jessica, I'm not hugely into vampires, but I'm enjoying it. I like the writing. Kelly says, I'm newly diagnosed with Crohn's. Oh no, I'm so sorry to hear that. So still navigating foods. I guess my specialty right now is just baked sweet potatoes or some type of eggs. Well, both of those foods are delicious. I really do love a good sweet potato, which I only recently discovered that I liked. I feel like I've talked about this before too, so forgive me. It had to have been around Thanksgiving. Never, ever, ever put marshmallow on sweet potato for me because that was why I thought growing up that I didn't like sweet potatoes. But I love a good sweet potato fry and just like the potato itself with a little bit of like butter and sour cream. But yeah, I'm really sorry to hear about Crohn's. I have a friend that has that, and I know it's given her a lot of trouble. Zach says meatball and ravioli lasagna, and I have 45-ish pages left in a marvelous light. Very nice. Alex, welcome. Alex says, I like making pretzels. If baking counts, it does. Otherwise, pad thai or ramen. I love pretzels, and homemade pretzels are really tough to do. So if you have a good recipe for that, Alex, I would love to hear it because I have never made a homemade pretzel. Also, hi. Yes, hello. Christina says, I don't measure either. It's all about the feel. Yes. How it feels when it's leaving your fingers. You know you have the right amount. My meatloaf is different every time. Yeah, my family has recipes like that too. It's like, well, good luck, if anybody ever tried to remake it. Keaton's family actually gave me a really tough job to do when I was visiting them this past summer. His great aunt used to make this tea ring, which for those of you who don't know, it's a pastry that has a filling in the middle of it, and it's in the shape of a circle, but it's like all of this puff pastry dough, and his great aunt made it from scratch, and she passed away, unfortunately, and other members of the family have since tried to remake it, and every single time somebody's like, this isn't right, it's dry. Well, his family knows that I like to bake and generally like to cook, and I made like bread with them from scratch while we were there. That's actually how I did my first soda bread recipe, funny enough. And they were like, well, we want Alex to try to see if she can do it. So I have to practice to see if I can get it even like in a close approximation because the next time that I go visit them, I'm going to be making it there or I'll bring one with me either way. But I'm intimidated by that. I'm never intimidated by recipes. I am intimidated by that woman's tea ring because it's convoluted. I'll put it that way. And you said feeding people is my love language. I completely understand that, Christina. I like to take care of people. When I was growing up, I didn't ever host at my house like as a kid, the way that a lot of my friends did. And so I was terrified when I became an adult of having people over because I was like, I'm not going to do it right. Like, I'm never going to be as hospitable as other people. And I have found that when I have people over, I immediately go into like, what does everybody need? How can I take care of you? You know, like, here's activities and fun stuff that's planned for the evening. So I 100% can relate to that. And Kelly says homemade soups sound delicious. They are. Gotta love a good soup. Kat says, "Oh, the salmon sounds great, Alex. Thank you. Yeah, if you ever want that recipe, that is actually one that I found online, and I would be happy to send that to you." Miss Starbucks says, "Oh, I love salmon. Smoked salmon is also so good. I love seafood as well. Smoked salmon is amazing, and I love to have it on bagels. If you ever want to try it, get an everything bagel with plain cream cheese, smoked salmon, which if you can find the kind that has like dill or pepper on the outer edge, those are even better, and get capers. Put everything on two sides of the bagel and slap it together and turn it into a sandwich. Literally one of the best breakfasts ever, and it's so filling and it's decently good for you." Zach says, "Oh wow, that chicken thigh sounds amazing." Yeah, that is another thing that you all should know about me is if you ever get the chance, like if I ever get the chance anyway of cooking with chicken and it gives me like, oh, well, you should make it with the chicken breast, I will never do that. I will always buy thighs, boneless thighs every time because I prefer the dark meat and I think it's juicier. Alicia says, my bad. It's not actually chili. It's a Mexican stew type of dish. Ah, my bad. Alicia, I should have known better. Heidi says, Alex, what state are you in? I will never tell. And the funny part is, nobody would be able to guess either because my accent's weird. Kelly says, I didn't know some people put noodle in chili. That is fascinating. They do. And I'm like, why? Alicia says, we ordered pizza. Nice. Always gotta love a good pizza. Nicole says, we did talk about whiskey cookies in December. That probably was it. Yeah, sorry. I probably repeat myself sometimes, but it's only because I love talking about food. Alicia says, I think we've talked about them before. We have dates, walnuts, raisins, and ours. Yes, yes, we have talked about that. Heidi says, Robert, I love Von Vault, Tyranny of Faith on deck. Very nice. And Kat says, I mean, there is stone soup, and I have a book called Nail Soup. Oh, that sounds interesting, and I don't know how to feel about that. Miss Starbucks says, yes, I cook the pumpkin and then I go in with a hand blender to make a puree. Yeah, okay, cool. It's really good. You should try it sometime. Sounds pretty good to me. Robert says, Heidi, you're in for a wild ride with a spectacular tale. No disappointments. Kat says, by the way, I only read 2 pages, hoping to do better next sprint. Very nice. It's okay. It's okay that it's only 2 pages. It's still nice that you read anything because honestly, I think that's how much I read the last sprint to, Kat. So no worries. Robert says, Pokemon Yellow. Yeah, that's harkening back as well. Alicia says, oh gosh, I still have my original Pokemon Game Boy games, aging myself. Oh, I do too. Yep, I absolutely do too. And I love them and I will take care of them forever because I want to be able to play them when I'm old. And Kat says, Anne Rice writes beautifully, in my opinion. I'll have to pick her up sometime. Jessica says, Kat, yeah, she does, but Queen of the Damned was so bad it made the movie look great. Haha, which is saying something because I've seen that movie. I wasn't a fan personally, but I know that it's like a loved kind. I don't know if it's necessarily a cult classic, but I know it's a loved classic. Miss Starbucks said, never read Interview with the Vampire. It's a classic as well, isn't it? I do like vampires, though. Yes, it absolutely is a classic. And it had an interesting movie adaptation with Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise. They both did a great job in it. It's just a strange movie. Kat says, Jessica, I haven't read that one or seen the movie. Thanks for the warning. And Jessica says, partially making my way through Witching Hour, and that is really well written, but long. See, that's the one of hers that I am planning to read first because I'm pretty sure I have a digital copy of it on my Kindle. So I don't have to worry about it being like a huge chunky book and trying to hold that up with my hands and everything just getting tired. Nicole says, I made a meatloaf one time that my family loved. I used a recipe, but the store had none of the ingredients, so I substituted everything and can never make it again. No! Oh, that's so sad. I hate it when you make something really delicious and you're like, I don't remember how I made that. Good luck. Heidi says, Robert, have you read Speaks the Nightbird by Robert McCammon? Same feel to Empire of the Wolf, but it's a historical fiction with horror elements. Sounds really interesting to me. I love both of those genres. 1,200 pages, big eyes. Christina says, I do measure when baking. Baking is a science, cooking is an art. Yes, I have never heard it put that way. That is absolutely right, Christina. I could not have said that better myself. Miss Starbucks says that same as sandwich sounds amazing. You should check it out. And Jessica says, yes to chicken thigh and no breast. Yes. Some people disagree. They're like, but I like the light meat. And I'm like, but why? And I always attribute it to because you haven't had good thighs. That's all I'm saying. Because when you have really good dark meat, it ruins having the chicken breast forever. Christina says, that's how it starts, Nicole. Ms. Starbucks says, you always try to make us hungry, aren't you, Alex? Yeah, I just really love food. I don't know what to tell you. Inadvertently, I will make people hungry. That's why you should always eat before you come to my sprint. I definitely have to. Robert says, Heidi, I haven't read any McCammon. I'm having it put, I'll have to put it on my WTR list. Swan tells you that Conrad is based Gregor, Eisenhorn, and Geralt. Geralt. I love Geralt. I need to finish those books. I love the video games. I have not finished all the books. I've only read The Last Wish. Emily. Hi, Emily. Emily says, hello. Currently reading Fourth Wing. Amazing book. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. I know that that was like a huge hit last year. So I'm happy to hear that you are loving it. And Alicia says, I have all three, red, blue, and yellow. LOL. Oh, that's great. That's awesome. Alicia is hashtag Team Thighs. Team Thighs, go! Yeah. Heidi says, Robert Geralt of Rivia, who is Gregor. And Alex says, Sally's baking addiction was a decent pretzel recipe. The baking soda bath is not optional, but I like to do an egg wash too. I will definitely have to check that out. Thank you, Alex, because I am always open to a new challenge, including that tea ring, which I will probably regret. All right, so that was a great discussion, everybody. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and get the 30 minutes up on the clock again. And Alicia said, I love the Witcher TV show, but have not read the books yet. I have the first one. Did you play any of the video games? Did you play like Witcher 3 when it came out? Because that game, one of my favorite games of all time, and Gwent is one of the best card games also of all time. I love Gwent. Let's see, I gotta get another question put up here. What do I want to choose? Oh, this will be fun. Let's see. Okay, you all know me for the existential questions. Here we go. What is one thing in your life that you want to do, but you're too scared to? Do tell. I want to know. And Alicia says, I just learned there were games. You should definitely check out the third one. You don't even have to play the first two. It's fine if you don't. Play the third one. Robert says, Heidi Eisenhorn by Dan Abnett. Black Library Press, 5 stars, hashtag Warhammer 40K. Okay, that must be a franchise tie-in. Zach says, I didn't like The Last Wish or Sword of Destiny. I recommend starting with Blood of Elves. That's fair. Yeah, The Last Wish, it was more of a series of like short stories that were all interconnected with him rather than one continuous narrative. So if the other books are like actually a continuous narrative, I'll probably really enjoy those. Heidi says, Alicia, the books are great, and then listen to the ETL Witcher Book Club podcast after each book. Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. That's good advice for me too, Heidi. Thank you. All right, so I got 30 minutes up on the clock. Be sure to answer that question and don't think too hard about it. And um, Heidi said, no, no, do not listen to Zach. And Emily says, is there ever going to be a season 4? And Alicia says, thanks, Heidi. Perfect. Well, I'm going to go ahead and start the clock. And I'm going to wish you all happy reading. See you in a bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 119. Oh my gosh. This book honestly has been so much even from the beginning. Like this is not a slow journey through her life. Like if you really want to read about somebody who had an insane childhood, you should totally read this. Like I don't want to say that it's entertaining because that's not the right way to put it, nor I also feel like that would be really offensive to say about the horrible things that she went through. It's just gripping. That would be the word that I would use to describe it. It's gripping to read. So, yeah. Who, if you've read this book, please let me know because I'm curious what you thought about it. Before we left, let's see, I got to go find my last comment here. All right, the last one before we left was one that came in from Alicia, and this was when we were talking about the Witcher TV show. And Alicia said, Emily, yes, there will be a season 4, but not with Henry Cavill. And Emily said, thanks. Alicia said, season 4, I think, is December of this year. Heidi says, The Witcher show after season 1 does not follow the books, same as WOT. Oh, Wheel of Time. Okay. I didn't realize that the Wheel of Time was not being true to the books. I thought that was kind of more of a Game of Thrones thing. You know, Game of Thrones followed the books up to, I think it started kind of diverting the most in around season 4. And then after that, it was like, yeah, good luck. But Wheel of Time doesn't follow them either. It kind of shocks me for how big the fan base is. I admittedly have never watched the Witcher TV show because I really love Geralt in the video games. Like that's the way that I have come to recognize him, and I can even like hear his voice. And so, you know, Henry Cavill, he's a cool guy. He's a nerdy guy. I know people love him, and they said that he's a really great Geralt because he's a huge fan of the books and it like wanted the show to be true to the novels. I did not want to watch it, and so I haven't. Shame on me, I guess. Robert says, The Witcher, repeat after me, no season 4. Like Star Wars, there are only 3 movies. Alicia says, Heidi, yeah, I heard about that. And Robert says, 11 people need to hit the like button, by the way. Oh, well, thank you, Robert. Yeah, they can if they want to. If not, that's okay too. Alicia said, One thing I want to do, but are scared to write a book, any genre, romance, young adult, etc. Alicia, writing a book would be so incredibly hard. Like, that's one of the crazy things about like being on booktube or being somebody who loves to read. It's like you can easily say what about a book that you enjoy or what about it you don't enjoy, but if you're anything like me, trying to put words on paper and like write the story that you want to see, it really makes you have an appreciation for how hard authors have to work. Like I understand that like the big names like Stephen King, that's what they do all the time is like they just get to write books for a living. But even then, like the creativity, I think I would have a hard time keeping that up to write as many books as King has. I would be lucky to be able to write one. I look at people who've written 60 and I'm like, how do you do that? Faye says, I've always wanted to get a PhD, but the whole defending your thesis thing terrifies me. Even it can be done online on Zoom or something. It's a big no dang way to public speaking of any kind. Okay. Now, I mean, that makes sense. Public speaking is something that I have a lot of experience with because I had to do it as part of my major in college. I actually used to have to give presentations to the CEOs of like small businesses. And when you do that, you kind of just have to get used to it. But if that's not something that you have to do regularly, it is extremely intimidating, and it's a skill that one has to build. I don't think most people are born with just this innate like, yeah, I like to get up in front of people and talk. Some people probably do, but I would argue most people don't. And so if you ever wanted to get your PhD, Faye, and you had to defend, your dissertation, you'd be able to find people to practice with, right? That would be my best recommendation is just like find people that you trust to be able to give you honest feedback about what you're talking about and be able to adjust it from there, which is still really intimidating. I actually, after I say that, I found that it would actually probably be easier for me to talk sometimes in front of strangers than people whose opinions I think highly of because I don't want to embarrass myself. So, maybe not. Maybe that's not the best advice. Don't listen to me anyway. I'm just some rando on the internet. And Faye says, I don't even speak on my booktube videos. That's fair. It's totally okay. That's not everybody's thing. And if you don't have to, like why force yourself to be in an uncomfortable situation unless that's a skill that you're trying to grow? Because that's different. That would be like something that is a goal, an end goal, right? Versus just something that you do. And Alex says, my friend and I have wanted to take dance classes for a while. That sounds like fun, but we've always been too intimidated, planning to sign up for March classes maybe. Do tell me what kind of dancing, Alex. Are you talking about like salsa, tango, ballroom, tap dance, jazz? Gonna do jazz hands. Do tell, because dancing, that sounds like a lot of fun. I'd like to take a class like that one day. And Heidi says another fantastic Robert McCammon book is Boy's Life. It is a coming of age tale in the 1960s South with a mystery and a dose of magical realism. Oh, that sounds like a lot of fun. I like that. That sounds great. Jessica says, I want to move to Aussie, not so much that I am too scared to, but I need to think about my financial situation. It will be my first time away from home. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Moving is a huge deal, especially if you leave behind like your family or the area that you've known. I mean, I know for me, when I went off to college, that was my first time being like far away from home where like my family couldn't just see me, in a matter of, I don't know, 20 minutes if they wanted to. And that felt like a huge change to me. So, if you end up moving to like a completely different country, that's an even bigger, right? It's a bigger decision. So I support you if that's something that you want to do. I think that that's a great goal. Definitely takes a lot of planning, right? So but that's so cool. That's a cool dream. Kat says, Faye, I could practice with you. Then when you defend your thesis, you can imagine I'm there listening to you. Yeah. See, that's kind of what I was talking about is like having a friend who you can practice with and bounce your ideas off of and help you refine. It can be a really great thing. And it can be nice to imagine that there's somebody there in the audience that you know for sure, 100%. And Kat says, go for it. Alex from Alex Black Reads, I think dance classes would be fun. I agree. And Faye says, Kat, oh, that's so sweet. Jamie, welcome. Happy to see you. You said hello. How's everyone today? I'm getting settled in from work and diving back into The Girl on the Train by Paula Hawkins. Awesome. Well, I'm happy to see you. Welcome. Heidi says, do not be scared of anything. What is the worst thing that can happen? That was advice from Oprah Winfrey. Well, I mean, I guess if we're being absolutely serious, depending on what thing you're doing, you could potentially die. That could be the worst thing that would happen. If your dream is to like just free climb on the face of a mountain. But if you have like a more tame dream, like taking dance lessons, then yeah, but I would have to agree with that. The reason that popped in my head is because I just saw a video earlier today of a woman who was doing that. She was just climbing on like the sheer face of a mountain and she could like barely hang on and she was like shaking violently trying to get her next foothold because she knew that she was about to fall, and it scared the crap out of me. So sorry, that was like top of the brain when you said that, but I like the sentiment. Absolutely. Heidi says, quote from Logan Nine Fingers of the First Law trilogy, once you've got a task to do, it's better to do it than live with the fear of it. That's true, especially if it's one of those things that once you get it out of the way, you don't have to worry about it anymore. I would have to agree with that. Robert says, Empire, too intense for a 30-minute sprint, so I switched to Thomas Ligotti's short story, Dream of a Mannequin. Question, base jumping. Base jumping, yeah, I wouldn't, well, I kind of am an adrenaline junkie, to be honest with you, and I absolutely would jump out of a plane. If somebody gave me like a free pass to go skydiving, I 100% would do it, no questions asked. But I also know that if I went skydiving for the first time, that there would be somebody attached to me, and there would be less likely of things to go wrong. So there's, that to consider as well. If it was just me by myself and I was having to do it for the first time, I think I would probably be a lot more fearful that I would do something wrong. But I think base jumping is a really cool idea. Jessica says, actually just thought of a proper answer. I want a tattoo, but I'm petrified of needles and I have a low pain tolerance. So, Jessica, it's so funny that you say that because I have studied tattoo art like just as like a hobby, as something that I enjoy since I was like 16. And I like have always wanted to have a tattoo, but the thing that I am afraid of, funny enough, it's not the pain, it's not the needles, it's the fear of regret. It is the fear that I'm going to end up picking something that I will come to hate, and or like I'll dislike the placement, or I'll dislike the way that it looks on me. Like it was a really cool design, but it just shouldn't have been on my body. And that has been the thing that has prevented me from getting one for all of these years. And I wonder one day if I'm going to end up getting one because I love them. I think they're amazing and I like seeing them on other people. I just haven't done it myself. So we shall see. Robert says, the library near me has most of R.C. McCammon's books. Well, there you go, Robert. Get them for free. Go to the local library. Jamie says, I've always wanted to move to the UK or Ireland. I haven't been. I have too many cats I'd have to leave behind. But I suppose if I didn't have cats, I'd find excuses not to move that far. Oh, just meaning like there would be something that would prevent you from doing it one way or the other. Well, if you go visit, maybe you could see whether that even be someplace that you would like to live. I have this funny habit of every time I travel somewhere new, I can always imagine myself moving there. And I think it's the thrill of being like, oh, this is someplace different, but eventually it would become home and it would become normal again. And it would kind of lose that sparkle of being, different. And that is something that I have worried about is like, once the newness wears off, would I just feel lonely if I left my family behind? That is a question I've had. See, we're getting so deep and existential and sentimental on my channel. Don't ask me why I do that. This is what happens in my brain all the time. I just think about hard questions. Comes with the personality type that I have. Heidi says, Jessica, tattoos are not painful like a teeth cleaning at the dentist pain. Depends on where you're getting them tattooed. If you're getting like your thigh tattooed, it's going to be significantly different than getting your knee or your hands or someplace bony. So, yeah, I mean, I would definitely say there are some that I know people say it's like, oh, it's like cat scratches, right? Versus some people that's like, it's the worst pain that you'll ever feel. Like, I know that there's one lady that I followed for a long time. She got a chest tattoo and she openly said, she's like, yeah, getting that chest tattoo was worse than childbirth. I was like, wow, that says a lot. So I would definitely say location counts. Jessica says, read some and had lunch, full fat yogurt, honey, fruit, and a sprinkle of my muesli. That sounds delicious. I love a good yogurt. And all those other things. Faye says, I have severe panic disorder, so the worst that could happen is that I spend 3 to 4 years working hard to run out of the room screaming in terror and end up not getting the degree. Oh, Faye. Well, I can understand why you would not want to put yourself through that. And I completely support and understand. I really do. Ms. Starbucks said, hard question. I'm not even sure these are the answers because I don't say I never do, don't say I never do it. Snowboarding, and I would love to make a bike ride from here, my country, to France or something. Oh, that would be really cool. Yeah, would that be more of like a training thing then, Ms. Starbuck? You think like if you got the skills or like you built up your endurance, you're like, yeah, I'd be ready for it. You're just not ready for it just yet. Because I think that would be fair because you could build up to that. Kat says, I read 31 pages and 4 of those pages made me cry. Oh, Kat. I don't know whether to say I'm sorry or that I'm happy for you because I like it when books make me cry, but sometimes it's just, it's still painful. Gets you right in the heart. Kelly says, I read 4 pages. I found Educated at the thrift store a while ago, and it's been on my TBR ever since. I think that you will really enjoy it. I'm serious when I say that there are times that it's deeply painful. Like she has had so much happen to her. So just to kind of give you an idea, her family doesn't believe in going to the doctor. And so one of her brothers ends up getting like a 3rd-degree burn. Her mother ends up suffering a traumatic brain injury. She ends up being impaled at one point, not allowed to go to the hospital for any of those things. She has an abusive brother, like a physically abusive brother, which is the part of the story that I'm at right now. And that is really hard to read. So, like I said, the writing, it just sucks you in. I mean, you really, it's like it has its nails in me. And I want to read this, but I'm reading it and I'm like, oh my gosh, this poor woman, like to have had a childhood like this. And it just makes me so mad at her parents because I'm like, those people did not deserve to have children. But I feel that way about those who let their children be abused. I'm like, how could you do this to this innocent being? Oh, it's so upsetting. Faye says, I finished Agnes Gray, my first completed read this month. Phew! Good job, Faye. I'm happy for you. That's awesome. And Faye says, aw, cat hugs. Yes, sending a big hug to Cat. Alex says, I like Educated. Very interesting, especially how she discusses memory. I read it at the same time as a memoir of a trans woman who also went to BYU, and their very different perspectives were interesting. Oh, that's great. What was the name of that book, Alex? Because I wonder if I've heard of it. Nicole says, got some read and reshelved some books. No idea how to answer the question. That's totally okay. No worries at all. I'm glad that you got some stuff done. Emily says, trying to finally finish Feminine Mystique, and my answer is change jobs and agree 3 seasons only of The Witcher. Changing jobs is another scary thing. I mean, you think like, oh, how big of a deal could that be? It's like, well, sometimes it can be life-changing because it can change the trajectory of your career. And no, that definitely is scary. I would have to agree with that completely, Emily. Kelly says, I want to travel the world more. I was freaked out before with general anxiety about it, but now with my very restrictive diet, it is extra intimidating. Are there countries or like certain diets that are generally better, like Mediterranean or, like a specific region that you wouldn't have to worry quite as much? Forgive me for being ignorant since I don't have any dietary restrictions. That's why I want to ask. Nicole says, that's interesting, Alex. Black reads. And Christina says, made some dinner and chatted with one of my son's teachers. Oh, nice. Hopefully for a good reason. And Nicole says, oh, how'd you like Agnes Gray, Faye? And Miss Starbucks says, read 10 pages. There was a bit about hunting I didn't really like. Luckily, it was short. Ooh, yeah, I probably wouldn't like that much either. Jessica says, writing a book is incredibly hard. I've written one first draft and I'm doing my second one. I can get around to it. That is really impressive. Good job, Jessica. I tip my invisible hat to you. Jamie says, a year ago, I would have said doing my own booktube channel for this question, but I have one now and it's okay. So maybe in a decade, I'll get to moving overseas too. I love that mentality that like you were scared to do something, you've accomplished it now, and you're like, I can accomplish other things. I think that's beautiful. I also was really terrified to join booktube, to be honest, because I was like, well, this can go well or it could go really poorly. I would argue that for the most part, it has been well. I've been heckled by some people just because that happens when you put yourself out on the internet. But for the most part, everybody has been really kind. So I'm glad that I've done this for sure. Miss Starbucks says, I am busy on writing a book. Oh, that's fabulous. Go get them. Love it. Faye says, Nicole, it's not the strongest Bronte book, but I really like it. Nicole says, nice, Faye. Miss Starbucks says, oh. And one thing I would love to be able to do for one time would be prank calling. But I hate calling. Well, to be fair, you're sparing the other person by not prank calling them. I'm one of those people that's like, that's mean. But some people would say that I'm no fun. So there you go. Again, I'm just a rando on the internet. You don't have to listen to me at all. Jamie says, by the time you defend your thesis dissertation, at least in a smaller department, you know many of the folks in the room during your defense and have had practice, and it's not as scary. That's nice to know. That's a really good like bit of information, especially if you get to practice with your. Don't you usually have an advisor? I know you do, like when you're in like regular college. I think you do when you're getting your PhD. Alex says, pole dancing. It looks so fun and painful. I 100% think that you should do that, Alex. That I've heard it's great exercise. Burn a lot of calories doing that and just like feel good about yourself. I think that sounds really fun. And then the people who do it with the ribbons somebody I'm sure knows the actual name of it, but they're the long ribbons that like hang from the ceiling, and there's usually two of them. And you can do like all of these moves. I've always thought that that looked really pretty. Like it flows so nice, but also it's a big workout. I wonder if there's any places even remotely close to me where I could do that. Maybe. You never know. After all, like hot yoga is a popular thing. Maybe they have that around me somewhere. Miss Starbucks says, "Oh, I have been skydiving and it was amazing. I absolutely loved it. Really recommend it to everyone. It's so beautiful." Yeah, I am definitely going to do it one day. My dream is actually to do it with my dad, because my dad used to be a pilot and he has never gone skydiving, and he said that he really wants to at some point. And I'm like, well, I would do that with my dad. So I like maybe I'll like plan that for like a big birthday of his or something. See if he would be interested in that. That would be fun. Jessica says, that reminds me of an ad we have over here. A guy gets a tattoo of his wife, and below it says no regrets. And I'm not misspelling. That's actually what it says. Yeah, that's based off of a really famous tattoo that somebody got, and they were like so proud of it, holding it up in the photo. And I don't know when it was taken, but you can tell that it's an older photo, and you just go, oh my God, no, he doesn't know. And he probably didn't. Robert says, Alex, get a Pickle Rick tattoo. Hashtag no regrets. Pickle Rick. Yeah, I do like Pickle Rick a lot. There's a photo of me and I look like a huge dork, but it is one of my favorite funny photos of myself where I'm in a Think Geek store. Some of you are going to know what that is and some of you won't, and that's totally okay. But they have a bunch of like nerd merch, and it was after the season 3 release, because that's when, yes, season 3 was when Pickle Rick came out. I'm pretty sure. They had a giant plushie of Pickle Rick. And this was back when I used to have a faux hawk. You all never saw me that way, but I did. I used to have a faux hawk, and I'm just holding this giant plushie and just going like that in the photo. And I was very happy. I was with my friend Brian. Alicia says, cat scratch is correct if it's on top of a sunburn. Ouch. Alex says, all of my tattoos hurt a lot, even the places people said wouldn't hurt. Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's like it really varies for people. Like one person says a placement hurts a lot, another person says it doesn't hurt at all. There's no consensus because everybody's different. So most people just generally would agree that if you get a tattoo on like your head or your knee or your hands or your throat, that it's supposed to be really painful because those are super bony and like sensitive places. But again, I've never been tattooed. You don't have to listen to anything that I say. Ron, hi, Ron. Happy to see you. Glad that you can make it. Miss Starbucks says, yes, you can build up the condition, of course. It's more like arranging all of the places where you can sleep, etc. That would be hard and something that scares me. Jamie says, I spent 3 weeks in England, mostly near or in London back in 1999, 2000, and really liked being there. Public transportation in the UK is much better than where I live. I would have to agree with that. It's also much better than where I live too, Jamie. And I loved it. I was in the UK. I was in London, actually, staying at a university for 2 weeks there in May of 2015. So it's been a bit for me as well. Not quite that long, but it's been a little bit. Alex says, Real Queer America by Samantha Allen. Westover describes BYU as this haven of open-mindedness, but Allen talked about how oppressive and controlling it was. Interesting perspectives. I wonder if that's because Westover grew up in such a sheltered Mormon home. And she even, I know, puts in the very beginning of the book, I'll read this really quick. She wanted to make it very clear in her author's note. She says, the story is not about Mormonism, neither is it about any other form of religious belief. In it, there are many types of people, some believers, some not, some kind, some not. The author disputes any correlation, positive or negative, between the two. So for her, having grown up in an extremist kind of Mormon household because of her dad, she probably did think that the college was very open-minded because it was much more than what she had ever experienced before. For Samantha Allen, might have been the exact opposite. So that, to me, that actually makes a lot of sense. And Christina says, okay, now done with that one, and supper is almost ready. Not sure if I'm going to keep reading tonight, but I will be hanging out with you. I love that. Thank you. Kelly says, there might be a certain cruise, or excuse me, goodness, that is not that word at all. There might be certain cuisines that are better. I'm still kind of figuring out what I can digest well. The tricky part about Crohn's is that it's different for everyone, so a lot of trial and error. That makes sense. And that's also really terrible. I'm sorry. Alicia says, ideas have been coming to me more recently, and while I'm scared to do it, I'm going to give it a go on writing a book. I have a Grim Reaper idea. Oh, that's great. Death is like one of my favorite characters in books in terms of like the personification of death. I think death is a really cool concept and character. Miss Starbuck said, I would do innocent prank calls. Don't worry. I believe you. Would you call and ask people if their refrigerator was running? Alex says, Aerials, I want to do that too eventually. Aerials, thank you. Yes, that is the name of that exercise. Sounds so much fun. Jamie says, for a PhD, you have an advisor and a committee. So several professors all working with you pretty much for your first semester till graduation. Lots of support. Yeah, I guess the key there is just to make sure you utilize it, right? Like you go and you ask for help. But I love that. I think that's great. And Alicia says, I think it's called Aero Acrobatics. Heidi says, Alex, you're a natural for BookTube. You're so sweet. Thank you. Your Friday night sprint chats just popped up on my homepage, and now I'm a subscriber and watch all your backlog. Oh, that means so much. Thank you, Heidi. I really appreciate you. Kat says, I read the number of pages I set for today in my first book, so I'll be switching to New Orleans Morning by Julie Smith for the next sprint. Love that. Awesome. Heidi says, I visited London on a European tour, and my favorite memory was the Jack the Ripper tour at midnight. I did not do that, but that sounds really interesting and macabre, which means it would be interesting. Zach says, I had to ban myself from ThinkGeek. LOL. I cannot figure out what that word is. Hold on a second. Oh, I almost bought one of the okay, there we go. Almost bought one of the $800 portal guns. Oh my gosh. Was it like a working obviously it didn't shoot a portal. That's not what I mean, but was it like a replica that you could wear and it like lit up and did different things, or was it some type of statue? Cuz I have an authentic, it's from BioWare, one of the Mass Effect helmets that lights up, and I have an Omni tool, and I have like little statues. Like I have a Garrus Vicarian from Mass Effect 2 behind like a barrier where he's shooting his sniper rifle and stuff. So I can understand wanting to collect things like that. But $800 is a lot of money for anything, except maybe like a house or a car. But $800 for game memorabilia is a lot. Alex says, oh, I really want to get back to writing this year too. I used to want to be an author, went to college for it, and then changed my mind and quit. But I want to try to do it for fun. Well, as long as you're doing it for fun, then at least you're enjoying it. I think so. When I was younger, I used to tell my dad that I wanted to be an author. I actually used to practice writing, and I was like writing this long story, and my dad told me, he was like, well, you'll never be able to make any money at that. You have to like pick something else. And I remember how much it crushed my spirit. And I know that my dad was right, you know, in terms of most authors don't make anything. And I get that. And so I like stopped doing any form of writing at all that wasn't for school that was required. And I just never got back into it. And I always wonder what would have happened had I practiced, if I had kept up with it. Maybe I could have written a short story or something, but who knows? That would be something I'd have to really try hard at now. But if you went to school for that and you have a knack for it, Alex, and you have like thoughts of stories that you want to do, you should absolutely do it. I think that would be fantastic. And I would totally read one. You know, if you emailed one to me, wrote a short story or something, I would totally read it. I've done that for friends before, actually. And Jessica says, oh, hashtag writing sprints. We absolutely could do those. I was writing a silly little story. I had begun one to Keaton the other day while I was at work. I just started thinking of stories in the way, like in the writing style of Terry Pratchett and Douglas Adams. And I was like, if I started writing a story like that, what would I do? And I started typing one out to him, and I made it a game. I was like, okay, tell me what author you think wrote this. And he told me, he was like, I think it was Terry Pratchett. And I was like, joke's on you, I wrote it. And So I was wondering, it's like, could I write a short story based off of like this silly little idea I had? Who knows? Alicia says, "Oh man, imagine actually shooting a portal." I don't want to. It would be really cool, and I would be deeply terrified because you saw what happened if you shoot one on the moon. We can't do that. Zach says it had lights and sounds and moving parts. I figured if it was that much, it had to do something. And Alicia says that sounds like me. I got a Pip-Boy 3000 from Fallout. I knew exactly what that was. That syncs to your phone. That's really cool. And Zach says, and a display case. Oh, even nicer. Jamie says, I was in London when the Millennium Dome was in its final week, mostly boring, but the acrobats were cool. Also went to Stonehenge, Brighton, and a few other places. Must go back eventually. I did not get to see Stonehenge. That would have been really cool, even to see at a distance. Alicia says, that is what I majored in, English creative writing with a concentration in fiction. That's like a dream to me. I went to school for business and marketing, which was not originally what I was going to college for, but it's what I graduated with. And I never in a million years regret my degree. I loved my professors. I really liked the people that I went to school with, made, some lifelong friends. I'm grateful for my education, but I look at some degrees and I'm like, that sounds so much more fun. Like you can go to school for bookbinding. It'd be hard to find a job, but you can go to school for that. Alex says, my father is a writer, so I was lucky there until he sent the first few chapters of the novel I wrote at 16 to his agent friend. Rip, 0 out of 10. No. Oh, that's so sad. So did you like, well, no, because you said you went to school like for writing, so you clearly didn't give up on it at that point. Did it just like crush your dreams of publishing a book? I probably never would have recovered from that, just being honest, but that's my personality type. Like I was very easily crushed as a child about anything. I would have more maturity about it now, but at the age of 16, I would have been like, I give up. Never mind. It's not a dream anymore. I'm so sorry though. Heidi says, Jamie, what was Stonehenge like? Miss Starbucks says, just do it, being supportive. Alicia says, now if only I can get the stories from my head onto paper. LOL. Well, you got to start somewhere, right? Alex says, mostly I worry because I haven't written in 10 years and I know my writing will be way worse than it was back then. It's hard to see yourself regress like that. But you can always get back, right? If you practice. I would like to think so, especially if you still have samples of some of your old writing, then you can kind of, if not mimic that style, then even find a way to perfect it. Because I'm sure you could. I can guarantee you are older, wiser, more mature. You've read more books since then. You could totally write better than you did back then, Alex. I believe that. Alex said, oh no, I meant I felt 0 out of 10. The agent friend wanted to see the whole thing and they were both supportive. Oh, that's good. I was just unprepared for anyone to read my writing. Okay. I totally misunderstood. My apologies. But I think that that's really cool that your dad's a writer and that he was able to get you a contact like that, because so many people wish that they had an agent. I'm just gonna say, Alex, that you should totally go for whatever that you want to do. That's all I'm going to say. You said it got way too real. Well, you got 10 years more under your belt in life. You can handle it now. Putting that on a teenager, I think of like Christopher Paolini having published Aragon at the age of 16. I'm like, how? How did he do that? So no, that's not the norm. Faye says, my major is English with a concentration in literature. I've always been a writer and might try to publish a novel eventually, but my actual dream is to be an editor and have a bookstore. That's really cool. Yeah, I would love to have a bookstore with a business background. I feel like I would be able to run one pretty well, but the terrifying thing is that they don't make anything. They really don't, unless like you can be one of the lucky stores that somehow gets like an immediate following, which they do happen. It's just not often that happens. But editor sounds great. Would be such a cool job. Unfortunately, I can't spell, so I could never do that. Alicia says, just sit down and write. Don't worry about editing. Just write and get it out. Yeah, that was always the thing that I did when I was a kid that made it a lot harder for me to ever finish anything. I couldn't like finish stories, and it was because I kept going back and trying to rewrite drafts of things that I've already done. And I noticed that that habit kind of comes up when I'm editing videos as well. Is I'll get done editing one part and I need to start editing the other part, but I want to go back and I want to rewatch this other one to make sure that it's just right. Drive myself crazy sometimes, let me tell you what. Jessica says, that's amazing, Alex, that you got a request for the whole manuscript. I completely agree. It's wild. Alex, well, follow your dreams, do what you want to do, but if you want to write, you should do it. Jamie says, Stonehenge was neat. It snowed the morning we went, so you could see the contours of the surrounding area really well. I liked Woodhenge better, though. No fences, guards, or fees. I've never heard of Woodhenge, but that sounds lovely. Alex says, I'm very grateful that novel was never published. It had some good elements, but it was not publishing ready. I'm really glad teenage me realized that. I think it would have been a bad experience. Well, they probably would have made you or requested that you rewrite certain things, right? To like make it publish ready. Um, but I totally understand like where you're coming from. If you feel like that, if you wanted to publish something and it be the first thing in your name, that you wouldn't want the thing that you wrote as a teenager to be the first of that experience. So that makes sense. Jessica says, this is inspiring me to do NaNoWriMo just in a different month. That's the thing about NaNoWriMo. You can do it anytime. You don't have to do it in November. Or is that when it is? National Novel Writing Month? It's in November, right? Somebody tell me. Alex says, Jessica, be my writing buddy. We can hold each other accountable. There you go. And Jessica says, yes, Alex, buddy here. Faye says, poor Woodhenge gets no love. And Alicia says, Jessica, they have different forms of NaNoWriMo. April, Camp NaNoWriMo, and others. Miss Starbucks says, never heard of Woodhenge. At least I'm not the only one. All right, everybody, I will get the next sprint set up. Got another 30 minutes. 30 minutes, yeah. Kat says, Jessica, you could do NaNoWriMo Camp in April and July. There you go. And Alicia says, yes, NaNoWriMo is November, but they have other setups in other months. Well, that's great because I'm sure not everybody can be inspired to write only in November. And Miss Starbucks says, it's time for me to go. I'm tired. I'm going to go to sleep. Bye, everyone. Good night, Miss Starbucks. So happy to see you. Glad that you hung out all this time. Thank you. And I hope to see you soon. All right, I got to pick another question. What's it going to be? I think I'm just going to go with a funny one. We just had a really nice, like, existential long talk, and I'm just going to go with a funny one. But first, Kat saying bye to Miss Starbuck. And Jessica says, I may have to do that because November is retail and a shite time to try and write. Haha. Yeah, absolutely. Right before Christmas. I'm going to do the question, would you rather only ever be able to wear Crocs or heavy steel-toed boots? No idea if I spelled Crocs correctly for the shoe brand, but that's what I'm talking about, of course, is the shoe. All right. So 30 minutes are up on the clock. I'm going to wish everybody happy reading. I got to go back into my very sad book, and I will see you all in a little bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 134. So I'm moving right along. I'm definitely going to get to part 2 tonight, which I'm looking forward to. Let's see. I keep psyching myself out because I know that this is technically the second book that I'm reading this month, but because the Three Body Problem wasn't in like my official TBR pile. I guess you could say it kind of was, but it wasn't really because it wasn't one of the ones that I chose specifically from the library. The sequel was. I keep thinking like I can't believe I'm still in the middle of reading my first book for February. It's like, Alex, you're not. Calm down. I'm just getting all weird about it. So let's see. I gotta find where we were last. Okay. Oh, yep. There we go. Last comment was from Faye, and she said, "Yeah, November isn't a great time for most people. I've always wondered why they choose that month for NaNoWriMo." And then the next answer that I got is from Kat about our question, which is, would you rather only ever be able to wear Crocs or heavy steel-toed boots? And Kat says Crocs. And Jessica says, Faye, I guess because it rhymes nicely. Yeah, for NaNoWriMo. Alex says, heavy steel-toed boots. I love boots. Your feet would get cold in the winter, so be sure to wear some thick socks. And you said, I already live in boots except when I exercise. That's fair, but then you'd have to exercise in boots. So would it be more comfortable to exercise in boots or Crocs? These are the real questions. Heidi says, I only wear Skechers. But in this scenario, you would have to choose one, Crocs or boots. But Skechers makes boots. Probably not steel-toed ones, but you never know. Jessica says steel-capped because then I could do a bunch of demolition and never worry about my feet getting injured. Could have my own demo company. There you go. You'd make the best of the situation. Faye says it clings to fluffy slippers. I will not get rid of you, fluffy slippers. You could hypothetically wear fluffy socks inside of Crocs or in your steel-toed boots. They just wouldn't be slippers. Jamie says, definitely the boots. Crocs are ugly and uncomfortable. That's hilarious. Some people, that really is the main shoe that they wear. The reason that I picked this is because I have seen so many people who get like the special little charms for their Crocs, and they love them. I remember how big of a deal they were when I was a kid, and I think people thought that it would just die. It was one of those crazes like the Fila shoes, if you all ever saw those that have the 5 toes like on them, so it actually, the shoe looks like your foot. Those were not popular for very long, but Crocs have endured. Don't ask me why, but they have. Kelly says Crocs, they're comfortable and easy, and I could layer up the socks in the winter. There you go. The boots sound absolutely awful in the summer. Faye says, I have too many books to choose from. I'm not even reading, but what a wonderful problem to have. I love that. Faye, we could play a game. I could help you pick a book. Nicole and I did that once where she gave me some options and I chose one, or you could do your own game, which would also be fun. Hang on one second. Keaton's playing Overwatch tonight. He's scrimming with his group, and so I can hear him in the other room, so I'm just going to close the door. Also, thank you all for hanging out with me tonight. I feel like I'm all over the place, but maybe that's just in my head. Jessica says, I have family friends coming soonish, so may pop out now. Thank you so much for the very inspiring sprints, Alex. I'm so happy you were inspired, Jessica, and I hope you have a great time with your friends. I have friends coming this weekend as well, which brings me a lot of joy. And Jessica says, I am now thinking of my novel right when guests are coming and I have work tomorrow. Just great. LOL. Well, awesome. I want you to be thinking about that and I don't know, have some sort of just like thought that comes into your head of the next great idea that you will have. Have a lovely evening. Alicia says, boots. Most of the time I'm in boots or barefoot anyway. To live a barefoot life. And Faye says, Jessica, just think of everything as adding to the inspiration. So true. Inspiration everywhere. Zach says, definitely the boots, but they would have to be Blundstones, which are expensive, made in Australia, and incredible. You could have whatever brand of steel-toed boot you like, Zach. That's also the beauty of it. Crocs are made by one company, but the steel-toed boots could come from anywhere. Nicole, welcome. So happy to see you. Long time no see. You said Crocs. I have Lisa Frank Crocs. That's awesome. So are they like super colorful then, like the Lisa Frank folders? Those were the shit when I was a kid. Everybody wanted the Lisa Frank folders. I had several of them, and they are very nostalgic. And you said finally able to join in on the sprinting I'm reading and Dimity's Good Deed by Nancy Atherton, cozy mystery. Oh, fun. I love a good cozy mystery. I want to uh, continue on in the Arsenic and Adobo series books, where the next one's like Hollow Hollow and Homicide or something like that. And I thought that it sounded fun. The first book, I gave it a 3. It was solid. It was just fun. And I was like, I would read the second one. It'd be cute. Emily says, since Crocs is a brand, that would be my answer. Allow for variety between summer and winter while being simple to take off, as I love to be barefoot most of the time. There you go. Yeah, that would be the perfect solution for you then. Robert says, I wore steel toed boots at work for over 36 years. Timberland Pro, still one of the most comfortable shoes ever. Well, that's good to know in case I ever need some. I like to do a lot of just different work around my house. Fortunately, my job doesn't require that I have to wear them, though there are definitely some times when things almost fall on me. I had that happen actually yesterday. I was in the office and I had a contractor coming in to install some new cable for us, running it in our building. And he was 12 feet up in the air in our drop ceiling, and a piece of the ceiling was loose and came flying right at me and barely missed me. So that was fun. Alicia says, I would choose the heavy steel toed boots. I have never worn Crocs and they don't look comfortable. There you go. Heidi says, Robert, who are your favorite authors? I think we like the same type of books. I have noticed that as well, Heidi. And Ron says, steel toes. I spend too much time in places with ticks to want that much bare skin exposed. That is very fair. I am lucky that I've never really been like where I live in a situation where I've had to worry that much about ticks. Like they exist, but it's just not that big of a deal. When I went to go visit Keaton's family, it was my first time I ever had a tick on me, and I about lost my mind. I hated it so much because it had been just chilling out on me for hours and I didn't know it. And it didn't bite me. That's the thing I need to make clear. It did not bite me, or I probably would have noticed, but it was just hanging out. I felt so bad and I had to immediately go take a shower. Alicia says, I'm currently 234 of 625 of the toll need to finish for tomorrow. Oh my goodness. That's a lot of reading by tomorrow, but I believe in you. Kelly says, I'm up to page 16, really enjoying this one already. Lovely. Kelly, will you tell me how it begins? Since you're so early in it and that's not a spoiler, like what is the setting of the first 16 pages? And Zach says, I made it to the epilogue of A Marvelous Light and made cappuccino. Very nice. We have a new coffee place that just opened by me, and they have delicious cinnamon rolls. And I went over there today and got one, and I got my first coffee, and it was delicious. I had a great time. Robert says, Heidi, Ken Follett, Adrian Tchaikovsky, Travis Baldry, Haruki Murakami. Are you on Goodreads? Robert, look for a pic of a bearded reading Berserk. That's me. Can confirm. Robert's a friend of mine on Goodreads too. Kat says, I read 23 pages. Good job, Kat. You see, that next sprint was better. Kat says, I wear Crocs for my house shoes. I find them comfortable. It's amazing how many people are going between, I think they're comfy and they don't look comfortable at all. Nicole says, yes, very colorful with the unicorns. That is so fun. I want to look those up. Kelly says, Lisa Frank was the school supply to have. I wonder if it still is. I have reached the point in my life where I recognize, like, I am not old. Okay. I know that I am not old, but by the standards of tiny children, I am old. And that makes me feel weird to not be able to know, like, what's the thing now, that everybody likes. And I have no clue because I have no tiny children. I have a dog, and he is enough for me. Ron says, my main boots are muck boots and they have steel toes. There you go. I was talking the same contractor that almost dropped something right on my face yesterday. He was telling me that his steel-toed boots that he wears for work, that when he was working outside in the negative temperatures, that his toes were absolutely freezing. And I'm like, I don't know if he just didn't wear thick enough socks or what, but if you live in a cold climate, I have a feeling that might not be that fun. Kat says, I also have flip flops made by Crocs. Oh, that's right, because they've kind of expanded. Like they have different fun things. Ron says, I never wear Crocs. I've never worn Crocs. Alex says, 16 pages left of Wuthering Heights. You're getting there, Alex. It's almost over. I'm so happy for you. Faye says, books to choose: Steinbeck's Travels with Charlie, nonfiction; The Bee Sting, Booker, The Last Apocalypse, thriller; Interview with the Vampire, The Betrayal of Anne Frank, nonfic; and Nightwalker, YA horror. Okay. I gotta pick something. I'm gonna go with The Bee Sting. See my bee? See my bee? Here, what direction am I pointing? There we go. I'm doing it backwards. Sorry. My bee is back here. We're going to go with the bee sting. I choose you. Kelly says, it starts off back in Oath. Okay. Back in Oath. There we go. Kat says, I just made hot chocolate and added little marshmallows. Oh, that's so cute. Kat says, the last of Interview with a Vampire, Faye. Okay, so Kat is voting for Interview with a Vampire. Alicia is saying there has been a small resurgence of Trapper Keepers in some stores. I also had Trapper Keepers, and I thought that they were extremely convenient. Kelly says, I work in an elementary school, and they are all bringing their Stanleys. Do you know how painful I find that statement that children are bringing like a $45 cup, like a stainless steel cup to school? That I could never imagine that for me. And here's the thing, I can't judge. If I had a kid, maybe they'd want a Stanley cup. I have no idea, but I can't wrap my head around the fascination of like collecting all of the different ones because I understand wanting to have a reusable cup and they do seem really nice. But the people who have like 40 of them, it doesn't that defeat the purpose of a reusable cup? These are just the questions that I have. Forgive me. If anybody here collects Stanley cups, I'm not judging you. I really want to know. It's like collecting reusable cups and belt bags. Belt bags. That one's new. I don't know about that. They love erasable pens. Okay, that has stuck around. I also had erasable pens. Not so much into the school supplies. Haha. Which that was my biggest thing. I loved getting new school supplies every year, but I was also that kid that everything had to be organized. Like every single subject had a different color that was associated with it. So I would be able to keep them all together. I was one of those kids. I'm really fun at parties, can't you tell? Alicia says, I second Kat's opinion, Faye. Okay, I am outvoted right now. Heidi says, Travels with Charlie has my vote. Okay. Emily says, Faye, the bee sting. Yeah, okay, I got two. Emily is with me. Two. Alicia says, I have a Trapper Keeper. Love them. Yes. Ron says, the only Stanley Cups I care about are the ones that the Boston Bruins won. Hockey. Hockey is a lot of fun to watch, and I genuinely enjoy it as a sport. Don't really know anything about it. I'll be honest with you, Ron. It's just one of those sports I find visually appealing to watch, and the energy of the crowd is something else. That's a lot of fun. The two sports I know a lot about and are really the only two are basketball because I used to play it, so obviously I know, and then baseball. I really like baseball. Kelly says, it's not just the Stanleys, they have the straw caps and charms and things for the Stanleys too. It blows my mind too. Yeah, because that stuff's even more expensive. I've even seen the little food trays that they've created for them that go over the top and you can put your little snacks in. I'm like that just oh Oh, it kills me. I don't own a Stanley, so I guess I just don't get it, and that's fine. Kat says, "I have no idea what the hype is about the Stanley Cup." I understand people thinking it's really cool for the woman who her car burned down. I'm sure you all have to know this, but if you have not heard, this woman had a car fire, which is terrible, and she was fortunately able to get out. She was okay, but she left her Stanley Cup in the car, and she came back after the fire had been put out, and she filmed it, and she was like, "Well, I just wanted to show you all the Stanley Cup's still in here and it's still full of ice." I am not kidding you. And the CEO of Stanley Cup created a video and he was like, "I'm really glad that you're okay. Sorry to hear about your car. Thank you for your video. This is a one time thing. We're never going to do it again, but we would like to replace your car." And they bought her a new car, which from a marketing perspective is absolutely incredible because you know what happened? I can guarantee you that their sales increased so much that, you know, they probably paid for that car and then some to do like have this, PR stunt. I'm happy for the woman that she got a new car. That's a terrible thing to go through, but I was like, "Oh my gosh, just over a Stanley Cup." Like, wow. But hey, Stormy, happy to see you. Welcome. Glad that you could make it. What are you reading tonight? And Alex says, "I have a hydro flask that I got years ago. I like it a lot and take it everywhere, but I just have the one. LOL." There you go. I have one giant hydro flask, and it was one actually that I had found at work because so we ended up changing over to a system where instead of having assigned desks, most people come in and they just like reserve a desk for a day. And all of these items had been left in people's desks for like 3 years. And nobody was claiming them, because nobody cared. They're like, if I cared about it, I would have gotten it sometime in the last 3 years. And so I was allowed to take it home and I like took the stickers off and put my own stickers on, and cleaned it out really good. And I'm like, this is the only hydro flask I've ever owned, and I didn't even buy it. So that tells you probably something about me. Barbara says, "Alex Stanley Cups, hashtag gatekeeping." Maybe I am. I don't know. I try not to be that person, but sometimes I genuinely just don't get the hype around something. I know I'm not the only one. Zach says, "I have one nice steel cup. It's a 30 ounce and the brand is Beast. I love it." But see, that's the thing. You have one. You have one. That's the difference. Kat says, "Stormy, I loved your announcement video for March Mystery Madness. So creative." Stormy, I'm going to have to go see that. I'm going to have to go watch it. I have not gotten to yet. That sounds lovely. Kelly says, "I love baseball too. Definitely my favorite sport." Kelly, who's your team? Who's your team? I got to know. I want to know. Alicia says, "I saw that about the Stanley and the car burned." Yeah, it would made like major news. It was all over the place. Kat says, "So it's better than a Yeti." I'm going to have to say no, because it's still just like a steel double wall insulated cup. I mean, like so many different brands do those. It's just Stanley has a cult following behind it. And I don't know what started it. That's the thing. I have not done a deep dive to look at why that brand popped off because they had to have done something in their marketing, or there had to be something about their product that made them different. But you talk to anybody who has one of the older, more established brands like a Yeti, and it's like, yeah, they're like the same. I don't know. It's an influencer thing, Kat. Am I an influencer? I don't want to think about that. Don't answer that question. Christina says, "We finished supper and watched some Bones." Nice. You're still watching Bones. I know there's a lot to watch, though. Zach says, "Cat, any vacuum insulated cup should be about the same." Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Storm says, "Cat, thanks. I did something out of my comfort zone. Was so worried nobody would like it. LOL." Well, I'm really looking forward to it, Storm. That sounds great. Faye says, "Thanks, everyone. I'll read the beasting and interview during the next sprint. Maybe not at the exact same time." Yeah, that's fair. One eye on one eye on the other might be a little bit difficult. We all win in the end. Kelly says, Phillies. Okay, the Phillies. I root for the Brewers. And what's really funny is with where I live, everybody goes, why? And I have my reasons, but I root for the Brewers. I love them. Kat says, I loved it, Storm. You looked like a natural. Nicole says, I have 2 cups, not branded, just cheap, because I know some days I just don't have it in me, depression, anxiety, to do some simple tasks like washing dishes. That is different. That's fair. And I still don't think that 2 cups is considered excessive because it's just two. You have one that gets dirty and you haven't done the dishes yet. You grab another one, you take it with you, and then, you can wash them at the same time. That makes perfect sense. That's still not 30. I have actually seen a photo, like there's photographic evidence of somebody who has collected 30 different colors of this 1 cup because they wanted to have a color to go with every outfit of a $45 cup. That's a lot. That's a lot of money. But then there are people who would also look at all of my books and be like, well, how much did you spend on those? And I'd be like, well, I'm not going to be able to argue that. So just shut my mouth. Jamie says, every once in a while I buy an insulated cup from a thrift store, but so far I rarely use them, no matter how nice they are. I'm the same way. I don't really use them a lot. They can be nice for tea and like keeping drinks hot, but I mostly just use a mug. Kat says, probably some celebrity was drinking out of a Stanley cup. I'll just stick to my Yeti Rambler that my friend gave me. That's perfect. Then you don't have to spend any extra money. It's a way to go. Christina says, I wear Crocs all the time. My current pair is tie-dye. Oh, that's adorable. I love it. Robert says, daughter has a hydro flask. She loves it. I have a cheapo thermos. Thermoses are nice. Is it like one of the giant ones, that you can like put a lot of coffee in or like a lot of soup? Because I've seen some where I'm like, that is massive. But then there's, of course, like regular normal size thermoses with the little attached cup. Kat says, Alex, you influenced me to get gold stars. I have influenced a person to get a library card. And if there is never anything in the world I influence again, I would be okay with that. You know what? Because I think that that is a valuable cause. So thank you, Kat. That makes me feel good. Alicia says, everyone has their collection. That is very true. That is extremely true and valid. Faye says, yeah, Alex, you have a book for every outfit. What's the difference? I honestly probably do, because there's just so many varieties of colors. I could probably pick one to match anything that I had. I do own more books than I have of clothes, which is good, because if I had as many clothes as I had books, we would have a problem. That's all I'm going to say. Storm says, I have no fancy insulated cups. LOL. That's okay. You could just use a mug. Alex says, I hate getting up to get water, so I have a giant water bottle. I only need to drink 2 bottles a day. Love it. Yeah, Keaton is worried about my staying hydrated. I've always been, I joke that I'm like a camel and my mom's like a fish, because I'm that person that goes all day and I barely drink any water, which is not good. It's not a good habit. I need to be hydrated more, which is why I've been drinking more water during sprints and stuff. But he did get me a water bottle that is like measured by the hour, and he's like, drink 2 of these a day. So I don't use it every day, admittedly, but I do try to use it at least sometimes to stay a little bit more on track. Okay, now that I've had the random rant about insulated cupware, how about we move on to a different question? I'm looking at the time here. Okay, I think based off of how I'm feeling, this is going to be the second to last sprint. Okay, so we'll just do 2 more. My next one, I will just do another simple question. I don't remember asking everybody this at the beginning of the year. If I did, forgive me. But my question for you is this: how many books are you wanting to read this year? I do not remember us talking about this, but I do not have a perfect memory either. Alex says, that used to be me, lol. That's why my boyfriend got me the big one. See, our boyfriends are looking out for us, trying to keep us hydrated. That means they love us. Zach says, I do want to upgrade to a 40 ounce and get it unpainted because mine is 6 years old and the paint is messed up. Well, at least you've used it for 6 years. There you go. You've gotten some use out of it, and you could donate it if you didn't want to keep it. Christina says, I have a pretty insulated cup. It is blue and purple and has paisleys and dragonflies on it. Well, that sounds cute. Robert says, off topic clothes. I have way too many hoodies. Sounds like you got to do spring cleaning, Robert. Alicia says, I have one of those water bottles too. I hate drinking water, but I had flavors to it. Oh, you add flavors to it. There you go. I know that's a big thing now too, adding flavors to water. Anything that gets you to stay hydrated is a good thing. All right. Thank you, everybody, for that lovely and funny discussion. Christina says, well, I set my Goodreads goal at 52 last year. I did 200, so we'll see. I'm trying to stay present this year and go with the flow. That's awesome. Everybody else can answer during the sprints. So I will go ahead and get Pomodoro Kitty back up. And I'm going to wish you all happy reading, and I will see you in a bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 149. So I am almost to part 2 where she's gearing up to be able to go to college and like set foot in a classroom for the first time in her life, which is just crazy to think about. Um, I'm so like happy for her at this point in the book that she's moving on to something else. It's funny how we can feel those feelings for people that we don't know. But before we left, I asked you all the question, how many books are you wanting to read this year? And gotta find my last one. Sorry. Oh yeah, Christina was saying Paisley. Sorry about the spelling. Yeah, no problem. I'm a horrible speller, so whenever anybody else misspells anything, I don't think twice about it. Ron says my Goodreads goal is 135, and I am 4 books behind. That is an incredible goal, Ron. Kat says my goal for the year is to read 100 books, which yours I did know, Kat, because I saw it in a video. That's a really high goal as well. Faye says, my Goodreads goal is 100, but I read 146 last year and I'd love to top that. I'm trying to raid my school's library as much as I can before I graduate, and my physical TBR is ridiculous. So there you go. Also happy to hear that you're using the library. Robert says 96 books. I read 93 last year and only slightly cheated, adding 10 manga titles. Well, there you go. That's a lot. Jamie says my Goodreads goal always starts at 365 books, and so far this year I'm on track. Actually, with Battle of the Girl Bands, I may be slightly ahead now. Might have a slight competitive streak after all. I have never heard of somebody just hitting 1 book a day for an entire year. So, Jamie, the fact that you can do that, that is wild to me. I could never read a book a day. I could never do that. Storm says, I have my goal set at 150 books. Man, my goal is so low compared to all of yours. But I'm excited because my goal is the highest that I have ever had it before. So I'm like I'm slowly moving up. BookTube has actually helped me read more books for sure. I feel like it holds me accountable in some way. Alex says, my goal is always 100 books, which should be easy for me. I have another goal for 50,000 pages. That is my stretch goal. Don't think I'll hit that, but I would like to try. Well, I wish you luck. That is an incredible stretch goal. Kat says, Ron, I'm 7 books behind because I'm behind on writing my reviews. I'm sure you mean for your blog, right, Kat? I used to do that too. I had my blog, and you know what? I officially the other day ended my subscription to where it won't auto renew on me because I've decided instead of writing reviews and also doing BookTube that I have been having a lot of fun just doing BookTube, and I wrote reviews for many years, and I'm like, I'm gonna switch gears here. So I know how much time it takes to do both BookTube and read and to write the reviews and post those to your blog. That is a lot of work. Kelly says, my goal is 35. I read 37 last year, and I felt like that was a good amount. I never want to see it too high because I don't want to add stress to reading. Yeah, I'm totally with you, Kelly. Your goal is a lot closer to mine. So last year I read 41 books. So we were like almost like right on pace with each other. My goal this year is to read 50. So that is my hope for myself, so that I could read 50 books. Nicole says, as many as I can. I read 210 against a goal of 150 last year. Wow. So I set a goal of 200. January, I read 29. My numbers always feel a bit inflated because of the manga I read. That's fair. Yeah, that's very fair. But I know you read a lot of regular novels as well, Nicole, so they're not all manga. Zach said, I'm keeping my goals from last year 140 books, 45,000 pages, 2/3 written by women. Oh, that's lovely. I'm glad that you have that last goal. That's really cool. I don't ever really hear people say things like, I'd like to read, so many books written by women or POC authors. And that's definitely something I'm trying to be more cognizant of as well. This past year, for any of you who saw my stats video, you already know this, but I read an equal number of books by male and female authors. So I'm really interested to see how this year shakes out. Nicole says, I also set a pages goal and audiobook minutes goal for the first time this year. I think those will be more representative of the variety of genres and formats I read. Well, there you go. I have wondered if I would like have more books completed for the year if I listened to audiobooks because I could listen and I could do other things, but just not it's just not me. Not an audiobook gal. Cat's with me on that one, I know. Nicole says, tried to film on the last sprint, but my computer crashed. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Now back to reading. That's terrible. Were you able to get it back up again? I hope that that isn't a sign of a greater problem. And you said, I want to read all the books this year. Well, regardless, you're going to read a ton of books. I know, Nicole, you're an avid reader. I always see your big stack of your wrap ups, and you get a lot done, especially with as big of books as you read. I mean, you read chunky books. Kat says, oh no, Nicole. Sad face. Alicia says, my primary goal is 52 books. Secondary goal is 120 books. So there you go. So you have like a stretch goal and just a regular goal. I like that. Ron says, Kat, I'm sure you'll catch up and I'll catch up too. Part of my problem is I've never been reading big dense books. Oh, there you go. That makes sense. I can change things. Kat says, yeah, just have to set aside some time. And there never seems to be enough time. Cat does there, at least definitely not to me. I look at some days when I come home and I'm really tired, like on my event days, and I'm like, I couldn't read if I wanted to because I feel like I'm brain dead and I wouldn't be paying attention to anything that I'm reading. And those days can be hard when I'm like, man, I feel like I'm getting behind. And got to pay those bills though. I'm rather be, making sure I pay my bills than just getting my reading goal done. Jamie says all the books does sound like an excellent annual reading goal. I concur. Nicole has a lot of great ideas. Heidi says, I do not set any reading goals. I'll buddy read with my brother-in-law, First Law, or with my favorite booktubers, Gale's Song and Empire of the Wolf. That's awesome. Alicia says, oh, First Law, my favorite. Alicia says, my goal is 100, and I know I'll read more than that. Man, so many people reading over 100 books a year. Oh, man. I wonder if I could ever get to that. I'm thinking about what habits I would have to change to be able to read 100 books a year, and it would probably be that I wouldn't, like, play video games, and I would probably spend less time on YouTube, which the hard part about that would be then that I'm not paying attention to the content of my friends on here, right? Like, I'm not watching other people's videos, and I'm not, like, thinking about different video ideas, and I think that that would be hard. That would take a lot away. So I probably will never be somebody who's able to read 100 books a year, to be honest. But we'll see. If I can get to 50, if I can change my habits enough in this year that I can read the most books I've ever read in a year before, which would be 50, we shall see. I'm going to keep pushing myself. Alex says, I finished Wuthering Heights. I'm so relieved I could cry. Yeah, I know that you were not enjoying that and you were dreading reading it. So I'm happy for you that you were able to complete it and you can just move on now. And what was your final rating, Alex? Was it as bad as a 1? Was it a 2? Were you like, I would be willing to say it's okay? Let me know. I'm curious. Emily says, finished my book and we'll be switching over to collected schizophrenia for the next sprint. Okay. Interesting title. Faye says, read 9 pages of The Bee Sting and 9 pages of Interview with a Vampire. You're keeping them equal, Faye. I like that. What's the vibe of each one? Like, what's it giving? Do they complement one another? Probably not. And Alicia says, I'm now 272 of 625. Now, okay, Alicia, when is the book club tomorrow? Because I know you said it's tomorrow, but do you have a lot of time to read? Is it something that's in the evening where you're like, oh yeah, I could read those other 300 and what, 80? No, can I do math right now? 50? Is that right? About 350 pages um, tomorrow? Or is it like in the morning? Because if it's in the morning, I am so sorry. Kat says, I read 14 pages. I had to take Tootie out to potty, and Barry got home from work, so talked to him for a few minutes. Oh, that's nice. I was really happy because on Fridays, sometimes Keaton gets to come home early. It's been a really busy time of year for him right now. And so last week he didn't get to do that, but this week he did. And so I got to, grill and have him home and chill with him for a little bit while he took a nap. And that just felt really good to be able to spend some time with him. Because usually on my sprint nights, I don't really see him all that much, except like sometimes during a sprint, I'll go and I'll just chat with him and ask him about his day. So I'm glad that you get to hang out with Barry. Kelly says, up to page 28. I'm too tired. Had to give up for the night. Getting ready for bed now. Haha. Well, Kelly, I'm so happy that you came here and hung out all this time. I really appreciate it. And I do hope that you get some great sleep tonight, that you can go to bed rested and feeling inspired and do all the things this weekend that you want to do. I bought a new game for my friends and I to play, which I think is going to be a lot of fun. It's one where you hold up cards and each card has like a phrase written on the back, but it's a bunch of like incomprehensible gibberish. And on the other side of the card is what, if they say it just the right way, is what the phrase is actually supposed to mean. So it's funny because you get a group of people around and they're all like trying to say this phrase out loud, and you can tell what it is that they're trying to say, but they might not be able to. And the first person who gets it, I think it's like a point or gets the card. And I think that sounds like a lot of fun. Apparently, it has been making its rounds on the internet. And I was like, that's weird because that was a game that already existed when I was a kid. It was one that I didn't own, but I played it in elementary school. So I'm excited to play that this weekend. Storm says, I didn't read, lol, just messed around on the computer. Well, I'm glad that you're relaxing and having a good time on a Friday night. That's what's important. Emily says, I no longer do book or page goals as I find it distracts me from fully engaging. That is extremely fair. And honestly, it's nice to not be stressed out. You literally just go with the flow. And who knows, maybe you even read more because you don't have a goal. And I have found at times that putting pressure on myself with a goal can actually demotivate me to do something because I feel so overwhelmed by it that I'm like, well, now I don't want to do it. And so that honestly, I think that that's a great way to go about it. I wish I could do that, but I can't because I'm too numbers driven. Just, I don't know whether that's a character perk or a character flaw. You tell me. Alex says, one of my goals this year is at least 50% POC authors. Yes, I think that that's awesome. I realize now in my stats video, I didn't go through and actually look at that. I know that I read POC authors last year, but I don't know what percentage it was. But I know that it wasn't high enough. I can guarantee that. And I need to get better. Need to read more because I've read a lot of great ones, especially recently, like Min Jin Lee's Pachinko. 5 stars. That book was so good. Oh, I loved it. I want to find more books like that. Jamie says, I got to page 52 in Girl on the Train so far today. My attention is divided this evening between reading and rescuing my muffins from my kitten. He's determined to steal my muffins today. Oh no, you can't put them up in like a cupboard, like inside a bowl. I'm just trying to think of like creative ways to hide them. I would probably wrap them up in cellophane or in like tin foil, and I would put them inside a container in one of my cabinets. But that's just me theorizing. I don't know how your house is set up. Nicole says, I got the computer worked out and refilmed. Good job. You did it. You did the thing. And I'm glad that your computer didn't blow up. Faye says, I'm with you on audiobooks too. I try sometimes with short ones, but they never hold my attention for long. That's fair. I have listened to some in the past where I was like, hey, that ended up being pretty good. but it's just not something that I gravitate towards. It's not that there aren't good ones. People who say, "Oh yeah, that book got a full cast." Those are always the ones where I'm like, that genuinely sounds interesting. And if I listen to an audiobook, that would be what I would gravitate towards because I like the idea of all these people in a booth. They did that with the Discworld books. They got all these different people to do voices, and I'm like, crap. So, I'm still going to read the physical copies. And Nicole says the first half of my day at work is in a tiny office by myself, so that's when the audiobooks happen, only at home if I'm working a jigsaw puzzle. That's fair. And that's nice that you can listen to an audiobook and still be able to work. I am one of those people that if I'm hearing words, it makes it extremely difficult for me to write or type. I feel like I can't concentrate. Like I have to focus on one or the other. So I would not be good at multitasking with tasks like that while listening to an audiobook. Jessica says, back for like 2 seconds, lol. I set Goodreads at 50, but I think I need to extend that. Well, you and I are at the same goal right now, Jessica, but I wouldn't be surprised if you read more than I did. Nicole says, I tend to read too many chunky books to ever get to 100. How many do you normally read while reading chunky books, Nicole? I mean, are you still like in the realm of like really close, like 80, 90? Is it closer to like 60 to 70? Because I know that you read a lot. And those chunky books are really chunky. And some of them would probably count for the length of like 4 books, 4 or 5, maybe even in some cases. Faye says, I watch YouTube on fast speeds. I watch a ton, but still read a lot. See, I do not watch YouTube on fast speeds. Keaton does that. He will speed them up and listen to them, and I don't like doing that either. Maybe I'm weird. I don't know. I know I am, but maybe I'm weird in that way. Jessica says, am going again, but will leave you on for the watch hours. Oh, you don't have to do that, my friend. Just, I'm just happy that you're here. You got to go when you got to go. But I hope you have a good rest of your day. And Alex says, I think the odds are slightly skewed here for 100 books a year since your sample size is solely based on people in reading sprints on a Friday night. LOL. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I guess I have like the biggest readers if you're going to come and hang out with me on a Friday. That's true because you could be doing anything else, but you're here with me for some reason. No, I know. We have fun. I have fun here, so I hope you all have fun too. Otherwise, I don't think that you would come back. Zach says, just finished my 29th of the year. Last year, I hit 168 books, 53,999 pages, 67% by women. Well, you just like knock that right out of the park. I love that, Zach. Great job. JB says, Alex, that does seem like an important factor to keep in mind. This is our idea of a fun Friday night. Yeah, that's true. I mean, if nobody thought that this was the idea of a fun Friday night, I would be sitting here by myself all the time. So, that is something to consider. Stormy says, I will admit that I wouldn't read as much if I didn't listen to books. There you go. That's fair. Faye says, both Bee Sting and Interview are crazy right now. Oh, good. We gave you 2 crazy books. Faye, what was your final rating of Bunny? Did you give it a 5? If you told me that in the comment of one of my videos, I do not remember the number, but I don't think that you told me. If you did, you can virtually slap me. Faye says, Alex, ouch. Excellent point. Alex says 2 stars for Wuthering Heights. Okay, there you go. Some of the characters and story were interesting. I just hated her writing and storytelling. Yeah, 10-page letter. I know you weren't having a great time with that, so totally fair. 2 stars seems accurate. Zach says, Alex, that's truth and a half. LOL. Faye says, Alex, I hated Wuthering Heights the first time I read it. Read it again a few years later to give it a second chance. Felt it was okay, but still didn't like it. Then studied it in uni and loved it. Isn't that funny how when you have to have an in-depth conversation about a book for extended periods of time and you end up learning the backstory behind it or what the symbolism or any other number of things, suddenly it's like, oh, this book is more meaningful. Crazy how that happens. Alex says, Faye, what a journey. Kat says, yay, Nicole. Glad you got your computer back up and running. Yes, I concur, because that is a terrifying prospect to not have a working computer. Faye says, Alex, the universe was determined to throw that book at me until I caved. There you go. Jamie says, I'll switch to audiobooks again soon so I can crochet and catch up on my genre blanket. Yay, genre blanket! And yes, the Discworld audiobooks are fantastic. I watched, so how I learned about them is it was a video on YouTube, because of course it was, but they actually did interviews with like Andy Serkis, and the other people who were doing the audiobooks at the recording studios. And so we also got to hear from the perspectives of the people doing like the behind the scenes work for the publishers. And I thought that that was so cool. I had never seen that process before of them doing like multiple takes and how did they edit the lines together. And, them talking about, like, Andy Serkis was saying, I think he had to spend like 10 hours in a booth talking. And I'm like, I I am not even technically talking the entire 4 hours that I'm running a sprint, 4 to 5 hours that I'm running a sprint, and that can make me tired. Like 10 hours of recording lines, that is like next level, and honestly too much. Nicole says, Faye, that was me in college with The Heart of Darkness on the 5th read. I started to like it. um, I think what is that syndrome of when you're stuck with somebody for a long period of time and you start to like them? Why did that just go out of my head? Stockholm syndrome. Okay, I know somebody was going to put it in the chat. You were getting Stockholm syndrome from The Heart of Darkness. Faye said, Nicole, the 5th. Oh no. And Nicole said, nope, last year was around 60. Okay. That's still a ton for the number of big books that you were reading, Nicole. So I apologize that I forgot the number of books that you had read. Please forgive me. Alex says, Nicole, do you even like it at that point, or is it just like a sibling you're stuck with? And Nicole said, it was crazy. I swear, every class I took read it: modern lit, classic lit, basket weaving. But was it underwater basket weaving or just regular basket weaving? Nicole says, LOL, Alex, truth. Faye says, basket weaving. Kat says, I wish I could listen to audiobooks, especially on my drive to and from my parents' house. Yeah, that's fair. Jamie says, I read a ton long before Goodreads existed to track annual goals on. Most people I've met who read as much say the same. For me, counting how many books I read is just for fun. That's fair. Yeah, absolutely. Because you're going to read regardless. Nicole says, hi, Stormy. Zach says, The Witcher audiobooks are fantastic. I've had Audible since 2012 and have over 6 months total listening time, about a third of my total reading. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a lot. Faye says Bunny was 5 stars, 5,000 stars, a trillion. I hope to have as positive feelings about it. And I don't recall that you had told me that, Faye. So thank you for telling me that now. 5 stars. Storm says, hi, Nicole. And Nicole says, for underwater basket weaving, I'm sure they offered it as an audio feed into the pool. Yeah, they're just like blasting it. You can see the waves rippling through the water as it's coming towards you. That sounds like a good time. Okay, so we're going to enter our final sprint for the night. I got to pick a question here. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to do kind of a random one here. And that is, are you someone that can remodel a house by yourself, or would you hire contractors to do it? Because I want to know which one of you all are super handy around the house. That's what I'm really curious about right now. I will go ahead and I'll get Pomodoro Kitty up here. And I'm going to wish you all happy reading for our last sprint of the night. And I will see you all in a little bit. All right, everybody, come on back. How was the last sprint of the evening? I made it to page 167, and she is fully in the throes of college and having an absolutely terrible time, which is to be expected after not getting an education, for 17 years of her life. Oh my gosh, it's so brutal to read. Okay, so before we left, I asked you all the question, are you someone that can remodel a house by yourself, or would you hire a contractor to do it? And I think from little glances I got, we got some funny answers here. So Alex was the first one to say, bold of you to assume I could do either. But what's fair about that is that you have an apartment, and what's nice is you can put in a work order for somebody to come and take care of things, which is the benefit of living in an apartment. So you don't have to know those things. Nicole says contractors come on Tuesday. There you go. What are they coming to fix or to alter, Nicole? And Faye says, I want to hire cute contractors, but my dad always insists on doing everything. Aw. Okay, I was about to say, well, you're saying your dad's not cute, but you don't really describe your dad as cute. Maybe you could say like he's handsome, like he's a handsome man. I don't know. Forget that I was even saying that. That sounds weird. Nicole says, LOL. Kat says, my contractor would be my husband. He is very handy. Well, there you go. Like to have a handy man around the house sometimes. Kat says, and he wouldn't let me hire a contractor unless he absolutely could not do the job. That makes perfect sense. I am honestly the same way, Kat, about my own skills. Like if I have the ability to fix something and I feel like I can do it, then I'm going to take care of it first before hiring somebody else. There are certain aspects of a house that I really don't want to mess with just because of like hazard levels. But if it's something not hazardous, I might be able to figure it out. Storm says, I remodeled my own and it sucks. So I would hire a contractor to do it. But you have the skills to do it, Storm. And that is the key difference here is you could do it if you had to. JB says, I would be hiring contractors for specific tasks and doing the rest myself, inviting friends over to help in exchange of pizza and beverages as needed. There you go. Zach says, I'm too much of a perfectionist. Remodeling a house would take a lifetime, and I'm much more forgiving of other people's flaws. I feel like that's rare, Zach, because I feel like a lot of people would hire a contractor, and if you paid somebody else to do it and there were any issues, that would be when they get mad versus being like, oh, well, if I made the mistake, I'm not a professional, so it's not as big of a deal. So that's a really interesting bit of your character there, and I like that. Andy, hello. Nice to see you. Welcome. And Kat says, Andy. Andy says, Kat. She says, what's up? What are you up to, Andy? Andy says, I'm secretly not plotting. Don't tell Emma. What are you up to, Kat? He says, so weird. I've resubscribed to Frank Fiction. YouTube up to their tricks. I have wondered before if YouTube would ever just like automatically unsubscribe somebody, but I would have no idea of knowing. I don't think I've ever been randomly unsubscribed from one of my channels I follow, but I would only know if it was one of the ones I regularly see. So who knows? Kat says, I won't tell. I'm reading New Orleans Morning by Julie Smith. Also, thank you, Andy, for resubscribing. Kat says, shame on YouTube playing tricks. It does that. Andy says, I don't know why, but every so often they unsubscribe me from a bunch of channels. It's very strange. Kat says, that's weird. I know sometimes I don't see my friends' videos in my feed, so at first I thought they hadn't released a video in a while, but then discover I'm 5 videos behind. Don't understand it. Yeah, it's the darn algorithm up to its tricks. And he says, I would not be able to do anything around the house myself. I'd totally hire contractors to do 99% of it. Might just about manage to change a light bulb myself, but that's it. And you know what? That's okay. I'm one of those people that believes that if I can YouTube it, I can probably figure it out as long as, again, it's not a hazard or an immediate like concern and I could take the time to figure it out. there's just certain things I don't like messing with. Like, I don't like the idea of dealing with plumbing because water damage scares the crap out of me, and dealing with electricity and wiring when I have master electricians in my family. I'm like, why would I do that when I could ask somebody who knows better than me? So there's that. And you say, Kat, that's YouTube for you. Okay, I got to do bits and pieces, but leaving this up for watch time. Oh, well, thank you. We're actually almost done. We're getting right to the end here. That was the last sprint of the night. You said, I'll see you around, Kat. If you message Emma, tell her how awesome and how well behaved on stream. Kat says, bye, Andy. You were a good boy. Emma would be proud. Alex says, I read the first chapter of The Words of Every Song by Liz Moore, which is lovely. And Faye said, I read 20 pages of The Bee Sting. I'm almost through the middle stretch with no punctuation. Oh my Lord, no. I don't like the thought of that. Jamie says, I got to page 71. I got distracted a bit watching a video about the latest Iceland eruption. Oh, yes. I heard a little bit about it, but almost nothing, like nothing of any substance, I should say. So I should probably hear more, like research it. I haven't been reading the news as much lately. I've been fallen really behind on that, which is terrible. Nicole says, finished my daily reading of Nat Turner and started a new book, The Underground Railroad. I need to read that, Nicole. Oh, I'm going to be so excited to hear what you think of it because you saw that that was one of the ones recommended by the library. So I have a good feeling about that book and I hope that you enjoy it. You said one paragraph down. Alex says, I can theoretically put in a work order. Whether or not maintenance does anything is another matter. If that is the case, then I do not like your apartment because you are paying those people to keep it in working order. The last apartment that I lived at before I moved, there was a water heater in there, a gas water heater that was older than I was at the time that it was replaced. I want you to think about that. And it was rusted all to hell in the bottom. It had leaked. It was just, it was terrible. And I was honestly quite frustrated that they had remodeled the apartment before I moved in. Didn't change that very key appliance, which makes no sense to me. I don't really I don't think well of many apartment complexes. I'll put it to you that way. I've lived in many apartments, or I've lived in a few, and most of them are not great. Nicole says they're giving us quotes for everything we're considering doing before putting house on the market, which if you've lived in a house for a long time, I know can be a considerable amount of things that you want to redo. So I salute you and I wish you the best. Ron says, I can do the work, well, some of it, but designing it, nope. That is so fair, Ron, because I feel like I don't have a brain for design. Like I'm happy with the way that my office has turned out because I've taken so much time to think about how I want it all arranged. Um, I look at people who have the natural knack for picking out colors, backsplashes, countertops, cabinets, like tables and all these different pieces. And I'm like, I do not have the brain for that. It's almost like they studied a design catalog. My dad even can do that. I can't do that. Well, my dad would tell you that my stepmom helped out with that because she has like a better eye for it, but still, not something that I have a knack for. I just like to be comfy. Is my home comfortable? Then it's a home. Kat says, I read 24 pages, made it to 201 of 339. Good job. Christina says, still watching Bones with the young one. I love that. Spending quality time. Robert says, apartment. So, someone else gets to do the work. Yes, that is the beauty of being able to call maintenance, and they're paying for it too. I remember same apartment, the last one that I was living in, the washer went out, and they had to get it up an entire flight of stairs to get it in my apartment, and they had to do it for free. Joy. Stormy says, I'm reading a 1973 Harlequin romance called The Dragon's Cave by Isabel Chase for my retro romance readathon on page 33 of 191. It's interesting. I love that for you, Stormy. That's beautiful. Christina says, we do work on our house, but bigger projects, we would have to call someone in. That's fair because, if it's something small, you could YouTube it, go buy the materials at like a Lowe's or a Menards or a Home Depot and do it yourself. There's certain things I would not touch. Alicia says, I would do both. I know how to DIY some things, but I would contract out other things. That is very fair. And Christina says, thanks for the sprints tonight, Alex. Have a beautiful rest of your day. You as well, Christina. Thank you. I look forward to seeing you soon. Jamie says, I won't do much electrical work or sewer plumbing stuff, though. I did have a friend help me dig out and patch a sewer pipe last year. Oh my gosh. I redid most of the incoming water pipes with a friend 2 years ago. Good on you, Jamie, because that is not fun. I have helped my dad with a lot of repairs to his older home over the years. Like, my dad was the one who taught me how to use power tools. Like, he's the reason why I'm comfortable doing anything because my mom doesn't do any of that stuff. And I had to help him with his septic tank line one year, and that was not fun at all. No. Zach says, my live chat has been broken all night. I have to close it for an update, and I've restarted my phone. Didn't help. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay though. I'm able to figure out what you're saying. Nicole says, I did see that, Alex. I was hoping you were going to pick it, but you didn't. Did you? I just watched it 2 days ago, so you'd think I'd know. No, it's okay. I ended up actually picking Homecoming. Hang on a second. Now I'm going to be mad at myself. I got it right the first time. Always trust my gut. Okay. Homegoing. There we go. Which was one that actually other Alex had read on her channel, and she said that she really liked. And I was like, well, I've heard of this one and it had a good recommendation. And so I'm going to pick that one. And that's what I went with. If I had picked a fantasy read and I would have allowed myself to choose one that was a book that I didn't own, I would have picked The Poppy War because you had just talked about it, but I felt too guilty picking a fantasy when I had so many of those sitting in my house that were all part of a series, and I was like, I cannot pick another one that I don't own when I have all these other ones, so I'm skipping fantasy. And Nicole says, by the way, that library app was awesome. Yes, it was. I love my local libraries. I am truly spoiled to have access to so many. I mean, like I can go to other parts of the state and get books, which is just incredible because I know that not every state does things like that. Emily says, I don't know that I even trust myself to pick a good contractor. That's how little I know about what goes into it. That can be extremely intimidating, Emily. Yes. As a homeowner, I can tell you that I've had to call people for things that I never had to when I had an apartment, and that was a really stressful time. So, but it's one of those things that with enough experience, you kind of start finding companies that you would trust to do certain work. And Kat says, thanks for sprints, Alex. I hope everyone has a wonderful weekend. If anyone is looking for morning sprints tomorrow, I'll be sprinting on my channel at 9 a.m. Central Time. Good night, friends. Well, Kat, I look forward to seeing you because I'm going to try to join before my friends show up for the weekend. So have a good night. Stormy says, Dad and I built our house with the help of friends. I recommend contractors. I say our house was built with love and crooked lines. Oh, that honestly, Stormy, makes my heart so happy to think about you and your dad doing that, because my family, several generations removed, used to build their own homes as well, and like my dad and my uncle have memories of helping my great grandparents build their home, and I still think to this day that's one of the reasons why my dad is so capable of doing stuff. Like, he literally could build anything. That man could build anything with enough time and resources. And I look at him and I'm like, if I had like applied myself or like if I had those opportunities, I could probably figure out, but there are some things I get intimidated about and I'm like, I couldn't do that, but I could. I could if I trusted myself too. Alex says, "Thank you for the sprints and getting me through Wuthering Heights finally." I am so happy that you were able to come, Alex. Thanks for hanging out with me and all of my weird ramblings and talking with you about your writing. That was really cool to learn. Have a great night. Nicole says, LOL Storm. Jamie says, I read Homegoing recently too. A good book. Alex says, I think you'll like Homegoing. It's very graphic and dark and sad. I do tend to read a lot of graphic and dark and sad books. But hey, as long as it's impactful and meaningful, I probably will love it. I gravitate towards a lot of books like that. I don't know why I hurt myself in that way. I just find books of that nature to be extremely cathartic. Nicole says, Homegoing is good, and I thought it made sense that you skipped fantasy too. Thank you. Thank you for that, because I felt a lot of guilt about it. Robert says, had a great time. Thank you for hosting Friday Night Bridge. Hashtag Panini. Hashtag Capybara. Hashtag Cooper Lawrence. Have a good night, Robert. Was glad to see you, and I hope to see you next week. And Nicole says, have a good night, and thanks for hosting. You too, Nicole. Thank you for joining. It was great to see you. Emily, it's great to see you too. Hope to get to see you next week as well. And he said, thanks for another lovely Friday night. Have a good weekend, everyone. And good night to you, Faye. Awesome to talk to you too. And hopefully I'll see you next week as well. And I get to hear more about the bee sting and Interview with the Vampire. Good night, and good night, everybody else. Have a fantastic weekend.